Pass the tweets if it's news, if it's nasty, he breaks it down, cause the truth hits different when the facts come out.
Good morning. Welcome to Free Speech Friday. Thanks for joining us. We know you got lots of choices to make every day, and we're super grateful that you choose to spend some time with us. So thank you for being here. Tapping is clapping, liking is loving, sharing is caring. You know the drill. Join our team. Please do that every day. It helps you, helps us push up the FYP. You get some bonus points as well. There's a gifting goal today. Please help participate there. Again, all designed to get us to the FYP and to keep us there. We are crowdfunded. In case you didn't know, we're raising money for the Do Something Tour. We crossed $3,000 yesterday. If you want to participate, and by the way, thank you everybody for really stepping up for Eli yesterday. That was a great moment. If you want to watch the replay, you can go to the first half an hour of our show. It's on YouTube. You can find it there. Same handle, and you can just watch that. And that's why we do what we do here for those moments. They just come out of nowhere. So thank you all for that. But if you want to help support the Do Something Tour, you can. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all at Factsstillmatter. Appreciate that. There's also merch available in the merch store at Facts HQ. You'll find that link in the link tree that's in my bio. Thank you for that as well, including Do Something Tour merch. Looks like I'm working out going to New York City for the No Kings protest coming up at the end of March. Still some details to kind of figure out there, but it's most likely that I'll be going. We'll turn that into some sort of do something moments, because I had a great one yesterday. An impromptu do something moment that I want to share with you guys. We'll get to that in just a minute. But so heading over to the link tree. You need to join our Discord. If you're not in our Discord, please consider doing so. Also subscribe to YouTube and Twitch. You'll find the link to both of those in the bio. If for some reason the Discord link does not work, you can copy it, paste it into a browser, or reach out to one of our amazing moderators and they can help you too. Thank you for being here. Let's jump on in. So we're going to cover the Hillary Clinton testimony yesterday. But here's a question for you. Actually, I got to do something real quick. Hang on, guys. Why was a woman forced to testify about crimes allegedly committed by men who aren't being forced to testify? We'll keep that right there. Anyway, that's part of what we're going to cover today, because we've got some data that or some sound that I'll play for you guys. We're going to talk about Bobo. Bobo's back in the news. We're also going to talk about Howard Lutnick, Nutlick. We've got some more some more information about him, and just the hypocrisy coming from the right in regards to why he's not yet appeared. He'll have to. We're also going to share some really good news about, or some good stories. We're going to try to make sure that we're sprinkling in some good stories here and there about a particular farmer in Pennsylvania. This just came across the desk, so to speak, about people literally, doing something. But first, I want to get into this little do something moment I had yesterday. I think you guys will find this an interesting story, because I think it's one of those things that we, you never expect. So as you guys know, this whole do something tour for me is literally going out and talking to people. Ideally, it's talking to non-voters to try to get people to re-engage in democracy. But you never know how the conversations are going to go, and you never know where they're going to happen. So I went to meet with a client yesterday, and I usually take Kipper with me because, first of all, in this building where my client's office is, there's a female golden, and she's around Kipper's age, and she's beautiful, and he is just infatuated with her. He'll fall on the ground. It's the most adorable thing. She wasn't there yesterday, the dog, that is. So after the meeting, I took Kipper to a dog park that's right across the street from this office, and I've been there a lot. It's a beautiful dog park right along the river. It's amazing. And I've seen lots of dogs. You get to know the same people that are there if you're there around the same time. There's an older gentleman there. I always guessed he was probably in his 70s. And then I confirmed later in the conversation that he was 74. He's got 2 German Shepherds that are around Kipper's age. Yeah, Kipper does support the matriarchy. Yes, he does. And so they were playing and they were raging. So it was like a nice day. It was like 35 degrees. The sun was shining. So had the hoodie on and had the hands exposed. So this gentleman looks over at me, and I noticed he looked at my hands, and he said, "Do you have a daughter?" I said, "I do." Yeah, she's 18. He's like, Does she paint your nails still?" I said, "No, she didn't. I did. She used to when she was little." And he's like, "You paint your own nails?" I said, "I do." Interesting. So we started to have a little conversation about that. Wasn't expecting it to be the icebreaker that it was. We had an interesting conversation. He asked me what I did for work, and I told him about my consulting company, and I also happened to mention to him that I have a small stake in a local cannabis company, which I do. And he was like, well, he's like, how do you feel about cannabis? It's like, I'm really kind of nervous about this because I feel like it's going to be, it's the gateway drug. And I'm thinking, okay, interesting. So he's 74, right? Reefer madness, the gateway drug. And we talked about it. And I told him about, would you rather have people using products that have been used by indigenous tribes throughout history to treat various things, whether it's anxiety or stress or mental health, or would you rather have big pharma do that? So I think I made some progress there. So the conversation continued. And then I didn't want to initially ask who he voted for. It eventually came up, though. He told me that he voted for Trump. So this man is 74 years old. He's been a pastor for 25 years. So then I'm thinking there's a lot of opportunities here for some conversations. So I took the opportunity to ask some probing questions. I said, okay, so you're a pastor. So can you explain to me, how do you square voting for Donald Trump, knowing all the things that he's done? And he said, well, we're not perfect. And I said, yeah, that's true. But let's talk about the 10 Commandments, for example. How about adultery? He's like, well, yeah, again, he's like, but thou shalt not kill. And I don't support murdering babies. And I said, okay, so there's that contradiction. I mentioned to him, and I said, there's the contradiction. He's like, well, what do you mean? I said, well, you're picking and choosing. So how did you excuse him violating one tenet, one commandment, but yet being fine with the other? And then the conversation continued a little bit. And then that got into, and I'll go back to that portion, and that got into prostitution, of all things. Because there's been talk in Vermont for a very long time about legalizing sex work. And he said, I really worry about the radicalization of the left. You guys want to, have prostitution legalized. I'm like, I support that. He said, what? What? Like, he literally snapped his head back. I'm like, yeah, I support sex work. He's like, well, it's going to lead to drugs and to violent crime and trafficking. And I said, well, you have that now. Why not create a situation where you can provide protection for the people who choose that as a profession? And I can see his brain like trying to square this in his head. Like, I'm talking to this guy. The conversation started when we agreed, we grew up hunting and fishing, and, he's an outdoorsman, and this guy's got an MBA, and we had a little conversation. So I got to learn a lot about him. Like, he's a smart guy, and I could see his brain working, like he's maybe never been challenged on this belief set. So we kind of left that right there. And I'm like, so is that the real reason that you chose not to vote for Kamala Harris? And he said, well, no, it's because she's a Marxist. And I said, okay, so how is she a Marxist? And of course, he couldn't answer the question, right? Didn't really know what Marxism was. And then he said, well, Marxism is, the first step to communism. I said, well, okay, so let's have that conversation. So I went through the exercise, explained to him what Marxism was. We talked about what communism was. I was only planning on being here for like 15 minutes. It ended up turning into an hour-long conversation. It gets better. Believe me, it gets better. But it was one of those moments that I'm desperate to have when I'm out on the road. So I said, well, why do you think that she's a communist? And of course, he couldn't answer the question. And then I pried a little bit. I said, sir, where do you get your news from? He's like, you're probably going to say, I get my news from Fox. I'm like, I'm just asking you. He's like, well, I do. And I get it from other sources as well. He's like, well, one thing I learned about Kamala Harris and her health insurance policy was that if you aren't insured and you go to the ER when you're over 70 years old, they will euthanize you. And I'm like, where did you hear that from, sir? Because that's a new one. All I can think of was that like the death panels that the Tea Party used to talk about when the rollout of the ACA. So I didn't really. I'm like, where did you hear that? I'm like, does that make sense to you? He's like, well, what do you mean? I said, well, does that make sense? Let's just back up a second. Does it really make sense that a person, because there are tens of millions of people in our country, if they don't qualify for Medicare, Medicaid, that they're not gonna be euthanized at a hospital. That would be schmurder, right? He's like, yeah, I guess I never really thought of it that way. I said, okay, so maybe that was a lot. Where did you get that from? He's like, oh, a friend of mine sent it to me. And then we narrowed it down to, it was a Facebook meme. That's where it came from. conversation continued. We went through immigration. He talked about illegals. I asked him to maybe not consider them as illegals, that they're undocumented immigrants. We talked about the ICE and how they're detaining American citizens. It's like every single conversation we have right here every single day, but it was real time, face to face, human to human. Couple of dudes standing around in a dog park, watching our dogs play, taking a shit over in the corner. It's like a real-time conversation. I'm thinking, this is what I have been desperately wanting to have. Conversation continued a little bit. And I said, well, is there any other reason you chose not to vote for Kamala Harris? And he said, well, I just didn't see her as a leader. And I'm thinking, this guy's been a pastor for 25 years. I get that. I said, okay, do you think that might be rooted in your faith a little bit, in the patriarchy? He's like, well, it's a man's job to lead. This was a decent man. He was a kind man. He was really trying to figure things out as I'm challenging these questions, right? As I'm challenging him. So I said to him, well, you have grandchildren. He's like, I've got grandchildren, 7 grandchildren and 1 great-grandchild. I said, what's the split? He's like, 5 boys and 4 girls. I said, okay, imagine this scenario. You sit down with those 9 in front of you. It's just you and them. Are you going to tell your boys that they have more power than your granddaughters? He's like, well, what do you mean? I said, well, you just told me that women shouldn't lead. So you're going to tell your boys that they're obligated to lead, and your granddaughters and great-granddaughters that they're to obey? And he's like, I never thought about it that way. I said, well, that's why we're talking about it. And the conversation continued. And then we got into this whole debate around women's rights. And then I went back to the whole issue of adultery and violence and crimes against children. And I think I don't know if it was that he just had never been challenged, but the big question was this one that I asked him. I said, you've been a pastor for 25 years. Would you, if God was to be sitting next to you right now, and he asked you the same questions I asked you, how did you square, my son? How did you square, the decision you made to vote for this person? And he's like, he's like, again, I never really thought about that before. That conversation lasted almost an hour. At the end, I said, okay, knowing everything that we've discussed right now, everything that we've talked about, everything that we went over, I showed him data, I gave him the fucking script. I told him everything that we went through, right? And I said to him, okay, if the election was tomorrow, knowing everything that you have now learned and we talked about, and you had to choose again between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, what would you do? And his answer was, I don't know. So it got me thinking, is that he's never really thought about the things that I explained to him? Or was he embarrassed? Or was he, conflicted? I asked for his phone number. I shared mine with him, and he shared his with me. And I'm going to go to one of his sermons. And I told him, I said, can I go to one of your sermons? He's like, yes, please. Would you please come? It'd be next Sunday, not this Sunday, but next Sunday. I'm going to go. I'm going to sit there and I'm going to listen. I said, is there any opportunity here for you to take this conversation and to think about things a bit differently? I think the piece, no, I'm going to go. I am going to go. I want to go. I said, is there anything from this that you can take away, especially the part about your granddaughters and your grandsons? Because what you've done in their minds, if you set them up to feel like your granddaughters are to be submissive, is that what you want? He's like, of course not. I said, well, that's what you're telling them, because that's what you just told me, that you didn't see her as a leader. You didn't see her as a leader. And was there any reason other than the fact that she was a woman and he couldn't answer that question? So that tells me. Again, I think this was a decent man. I don't think he didn't seem cruel. In fact, we agreed on healthcare. We agreed on education and those kinds of things. He really believes that there should be more investment, that we should be taking care of people more. But then there's that confirmation bias, and then there's that patriarchy, and then there's that religious script that runs around in his head. It was a beautiful conversation, I have to say. And that is the entire point of Do Something, right? That's the entire point. Giving somebody an opportunity to challenge their own beliefs respectfully, right? Not in an attempt to do what we do here. It's not real. It's not the real world. This is not the real world. What I experienced yesterday. Oh, and by the way, you'll laugh at this. He said, well, Vermont's a republic, so I don't understand how we can even have Democrats involved. I said, do you think that we're a republic because Republican and Democrat? And he's like, yes. I'm like, okay, sir. So let's back up a second. And I said, our country, it is the Republic of Vermont, used to always be known as that, said, we are a republic because we are governed by a constitution, the constitutional republic, but we are also a democracy, a representative democracy, because we vote for people who represent us. So two things can be true. And again, he's like, okay, I guess that makes sense. And again, a smart man, without question, he's a very intelligent man, just not smart enough to challenge his own convictions. And I challenged his convictions. So I'm going to go to his sermon and I'm going to have that. I'm just going to sit there and I'm going to listen. And he knows I'm going to be there because I'll remind him again. And I'm like, I don't want you to change anything for me. I'm just going to sit and listen. And I said, tell me about your congregation. He said, 90% are my age. So 70 plus. So anyway, that was one of those moments. So people, there is room if we can have the conversation that's, definitely white. It's Vermont. There's room if we can have these conversations that are intended to be respectful. Again, it doesn't always happen here because I don't feel like the people that we speak to here that are in opposition are in it for sincerity purposes. Right? I don't think they're invested to have sincere conversations. He was, right? Go live at his church. That would be interesting. I'll have to ask about that. And the entire thing started because of that. Isn't it wild? That's how the whole conversation started. If I'd had mittens on, if it was a cold day, that conversation never would have happened. So I thought it was really cool. Anyway, but I'll report back. I'm happy I was there for that. Hi, Susie. How are you today?
I'm okay.
Susie Q?
Hey,
Hi.
I'm okay. I didn't try to come up. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I appreciate you for being here, though. Have a good day. Happy Free Speech
You
Friday.
too.
All right, bye. Anyway, it was a good day. I felt motivated by that and thinking, yeah, we're doing this. It gave me even more inspiration to go out on the road. Auntie, how are you this morning?
Yeah, good morning, Steve. How are you today? You okay?
I'm great. You okay?
Not so bad, not so bad. I'm not too sure if you're aware of developments coming out of Pakistan and Afghanistan this morning.
I did hear that. Yes.
Yeah, so apparently the Pakistani military is now declared open warfare on Afghanistan and is starting to carpet bomb Kabul, which is their capital. Now, how that relates to, so for those who don't know the geography, Afghanistan is literally right next door to Iran. So how that is going to affect any operation against Iran by the United States, I don't know yet. However, it has already been floated that Pakistan is deliberately now keeping the Taliban occupied, so that they can't just simply try and flood into Iran, if and when, and it looks more like when rather than if, the United States starts striking targets within Iran proper. This is a very big developing story. We are potentially going to see places like maybe India go to help Iran under those circumstances. There's also the potential threat from Russia if they decide to supply certain types of weapons to Iran in an emergency deployment to those countries. Obviously, when I'm talking about weapons, I'm talking about the ones that make everything go bye-bye. Trying to respect your life, Steve, by not using the
Appreciate
names.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, so I know you've got a lot of internal stuff going on, and I don't want to take too much time, but I just want everybody just to keep an eye on that situation, because we could be looking at a complete regional war across the entirety of the Middle East. And if that kicks off, that is likely to spread like wildfire potentially into Asia first before it boomerangs back into Europe.
Yeah, let's not go there yet. Let's not go there
No,
yet.
but
But yes, that's real. Sure, from a foreign policy perspective, yeah, that's certainly a possibility. We certainly don't
yeah,
want to make any assumptions, but
no, no, no.
but
I
that's
no,
fair. Yeah,
I know. That's what I'm saying. Just for everybody, just to keep an eye on the situation, plan for the worst, but hope for the best in all of that. You know.
agreed. Yeah. Thanks for that, Auntie. Yeah, I was going to touch on that. I've got some reporting on that. We'll follow up. We'll try to get the latest. But thanks for sharing that with us. I appreciate you.
Hey, no worries. Thanks for having
Have a good
us.
day. You got it.
You
Be
too.
safe
Bye
out there.
bye.
All right. Bye. Yeah. So there's that. And we'll get into that in a little bit. Anyway, that conversation was just the kind of conversation that we want to, continue to have, which is the push behind do something, which is why it's so important that I go out on the road. And humbly speaking, I'm good at that. I'll just say it. I'm good at those conversations with people one-on-one. I've got patience for these conversations. I'm willing to listen. I understood where a lot of his beliefs came from. I understood why he was concerned about cannabis. I get it, right? Thank you. What is that? Oh, that's cool. I understand why his beliefs about cannabis leading to the gateway drug. I get it. I understand about his conversations or his concerns about prostitution. And I totally understand that. A legitimate concern, right? And I can certainly understand why he has this script in his head about women not leading. I get it. I know where those things came from. He's 75. He's 74 years old. He is a preacher. He has been a preacher for 25 years, a pastor, I should say. So there is some space. My hope was that he went home and said, I just talked to a white dude who's got a beard, who likes to fish, who likes to hunt, who has motorcycles, who used to work on cars, who's good with a hammer, those kinds of things. Weird that he paints his nails, but anyway, and he's not just too dissimilar to me. And he sort of challenged me to think about some few things. The moment, the real moment that I think really sort of hit home for me was when I asked him if God was sitting next to him, and God asked him the question, right? And God asked him the question and said, how is it that you're voting for this person after all these things? And he just kind of like, yeah, I've never been asked that question before. So anyway, lesson learned. There's hope for all of us. I guess is at the end of the day. All right, everybody, keep tapping and sharing, please. So I want to play a little bit more sound. Obviously, I want to first address the sound from Hillary Clinton from yesterday. This whole thing was just a show. And like I said to start, right? Why was a woman being forced to testify to talk about allegations of crimes committed by men who aren't being forced to testify? Like what are we fucking doing? How does that work? Like, that's the issue, right? Good morning. How are you today? Welcome to Free Speech Friday.
Hi, Steve. It's great to see you. I just wanted to reach out because I know you're planning on your fall tour, and I sent you a DM as well. But I produce large scale events in my real life, so would love to help you. And I'm in the Northeast as well, so if you want to connect, let's connect, and I'd love to help partner. However.
Oh my God, that's absolutely something. Thank you so very, very much. That's been a piece that we've actually been missing. So did you DM me on TikTok?
I did. Yeah, on TikTok. Yeah.
Okay. Can you do me a favor? If you go to Sam, if I'm wrong about this, and Sam and Michelle, if you're listening, if I'm wrong about this, but if you go to the link that's in my bio, and you'll see the Instagram, the link to the Instagram page for Do Something. There's also an email address that's connected to that as well. Would you mind just shooting a message through the email so I can get your contact information as well?
Yeah, absolutely.
If that's possible.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm based in New York City, but obviously I produce events all over the country. So let's connect.
My God. Yeah, it's actually the email is info@dosomethingtour.com. But if you can't remember that, actually, I'll pin it right there in the chat. Okay. It's right there in case you can't see it. But that's fantastic. What's your name?
Lauren. I'm Lauren. Yeah. But Queso, we've been on lives before together.
I thought I recognized. Well, Lauren, thank you so much for reaching out about that. I really, really appreciate it. That's awesome. Absolutely. I'm a little giddy because that's a piece that we've been missing for sure.
For sure.
Thank you. So just shoot me an email and then let's talk if that's cool with you.
Yeah, sounds good. All right. Thanks. Have a great day.
Thank you too. I appreciate you very much. Have a good day. Be safe out there.
Bye.
Yay! Woo! That's been, as Sam and Michelle and others know, that's been stressing me out because it's one piece we've not really been able to have necessarily. It's that ground coordination. People are good at that. I don't have an issue talking, in case you guys didn't know that, but that coordination and that logistics stuff, not my sweet spot. For sure. That is not my sweet spot. So thank you, Lauren. I appreciate that. And we'll monitor that, and then we'll be in touch. In fact, I will be in New York. I'm going to go to that No Kings event at the end of March. There's a whole bunch of folks going. It could be a really good time. We'll turn into some content, and we'll do something. So again, what I was saying about Hillary Clinton, why was she forced to testify to talk about crimes committed by men who are not being forced to testify? Right? So this was her statement, her post deposition.
Well, I have just finished testifying. I answered every one of their questions as fully as I could, based on what I knew, and what I knew is what I said in my statement this morning. I never met Jeffrey Epstein, never had any connection or communication with him. I knew Ghislaine Maxwell casually as an acquaintance. But whatever they asked me, I did my very best to respond. It was disappointing that they refused to hold a public hearing, so I wouldn't have to be out here characterizing it for you. You could have seen it for yourself. We had asked for that. We think it would have been better for the committee and its efforts to gather whatever information they are seeking. We returned to answer questions repetitively, literally over and over again. I don't know how many times I had to say I did not know Jeffrey Epstein. I never went to his island. I never went to his homes. I never went to his offices. So it's on the record numerous times. It then got, at the end, quite unusual because I started being asked about UFOs and a series of questions about Pizzagate, one of the most vile, bogus conspiracy theories that was propagated on the internet, that was serving as the basis of a member's questions to me.
Yeah. So interestingly enough, the whole global schmex trafficking cabal was not who Q thought it was, as we've learned, right? The story continues. I want to stay on this topic because I'm going to play a follow-up from James Comer after this interview. But New York Times did a story about what happened yesterday. Former Secretary of State Clinton on Thursday denied ever meeting J.E. That's a really important distinction. I want to call that out right now because there's already a series of AI images that are running around right-wing spaces claiming that she lied. AI images depicting her and Bill and others sitting with J.E. They've all been disproven. There are ways that you can reverse image search things. And I wrote the person's name down and I forgot. I don't even know where the fuck I put it. But somebody who's been doing this kind of work saying this was just bullshit. They made the fucking story up. They literally made it up. I have a request. Let me bring my, are you still there, bro? Where'd you go? Change his mind. Anyway, Hector, did you mean to request? You can come up if you want to. Anyway. The story is this. There he is. Good morning, sir. It's early for you.
Yes. I got up early, like 4 this morning, and I started my drive.
Your journey. That's right. That's right.
Yes, I'll be voting. But the main reason why I hit the request button was actually to see how much longer I had before they gave me my access back. It was supposed to be at 5:30, but I guess they gave me a break, so I'm free. I'm back.
Yes.
Hopefully they removed the strike too. But no, that was it. I'll let you get back to your shows. My bad.
Let us know how it goes. I mean, I don't know. I'd be curious how it goes. If there's people there, if there's people in line at some point. I know you got a long drive ahead of you, but just let me know. I appreciate it.
Yes, I am very curious. I did want to add on to what you said. Maybe you've already talked about it. Did you see where Lauren Boebert tried to post photos of the meeting to social media after they initially denied it being that was crazy. I thought that was super interesting. But yeah, that's all. You can drop me.
I appreciate you, man. Have a good day. Be safe out there. That's good news. Yeah, so we'll get into the Bobo thing in just a minute here because that's what this story talks about. Former Secretary of State Clinton on Thursday denied ever meeting J.E. or knowing anything about his crimes during a more than 6-hour closed-door deposition in front of the House Oversight Committee. So if I check the math, I think it was an 11-hour testimony in front of Congress discussing Benghazi. 6 hours yesterday, 17 hours, didn't take the fifth once. Okay. Which briefly devolved into chaos after a Republican lawmaker leaked a photograph of the proceedings to a right-wing blogger. That would be Bobo. And we're going to talk about Bobo in just a moment. You guys are going to be like, how the fuck did she ever get elected to Congress? Colorado? This is for you. Mrs. Clinton arrived to testify under oath at the Center for Performing Arts in Chappaqua, New York, defiant about being compelled to participate in the panel's investigation into Mr. Epstein, the convicted offender who died in prison in 2019. Both she and former President Clinton, he's scheduled to testify today at 11 o'clock, is slated to testify on Friday, had battled with Representatives James Comer of Kentucky, the Republican chairman, for months over subpoenas they called invalid, unenforceable, and politically motivated. Again, just to reiterate, they appeared. They said, listen, why don't we just do it publicly? So Republicans, why are you afraid of having the Clintons testify publicly? I guess we'll find out. Things only grew tenser about an hour into the proceeding when Mrs. Clinton abruptly halted the session after learning that a Republican member of the committee, Representative Lauren Boebert of Colorado, had leaked an image from inside the room, which a right-wing podcaster, Betty Johnson, immediately posted on social media. In a lengthy opening statement her aides distributed in advance, Mrs. Clinton accused House Republicans of using her as a prop in partisan political theater and excoriated their investigation, good word, excoriated, their investigation as designed to protect one political party and one public official rather than to seek the truth and justice for the victims and the survivors. Quote, you have compelled me to testify, fully aware that I have no knowledge that would assist your investigation in order to distract attention from President Trump's actions and to cover them up despite legitimate calls for answers. She added, you have made little effort to call the people who show up most prominently in the Jeffrey files, noting that not a single Republican had attended a closed-door session last week in Ohio to depose Leslie Wexner, the retail billionaire and prolific GOP donor who helped Mr. Epstein build his wealth. In a day's worth of questioning that she later called repetitive and unproductive, Mrs. Clinton told the committee she did not recall ever encountering Mr. Epstein and never flew on his plane or visited his island homes or offices. That's reported by the New York Times. So the Bobo thing, right? So she tried, of course, to deny it. So I've got a little bit of sound on that as she's captured coming out of wherever the fuck they did this. They did this interview. Let me see if I can find it. I think I pulled it up here. Hang on a second. Yeah, so she's walking out and she asked a question about, hey, the photo leak, and then she tried to drop a whole but her emails thing. Here you go.
Representative Boebert, can you talk to us about why you sent that picture? I just returned to my hotel room and installed the bleachment software and took a camera to my iPad. So I guess in regards to photos, I cannot recall. You don't remember taking the picture of Clinton?
Yeah.
It's a little hard to hear, but I don't recall. Oh, yeah, I went back to my hotel room and then I had to, to bleach certain things in my laptop and my iPad, blah, fucking blah. That's Bobo. So I found this great clip from Bobo's past appearances. She went on Piers Morgan a while back, right? And the sound, no commentary necessary.
Q&A with you. What is inflation?
Well, inflation is when the price of things is too expensive because of the federal government really squandering the tax dollars. So you have the Green New scam, hundreds of billions of dollars spent there to provide affordable energy, and it was not affordable. It was never free. It was never discounted.
Okay, yeah.
That money was taken from the American people and forced into the system. It wasn't a free market.
Hang on.
I'm sorry. One more time.
Let me just do a quick Q&A with you. What is inflation?
Well, inflation is when the price of things is over is too expensive because of the federal government really squandering the tax dollars. So you have the Green New scam, hundreds of billions of dollars spent there to provide affordable energy, and it was not affordable. It was never free. It was never discounted. That money was taken from the American people and forced into the system. It wasn't a free market.
Hang on.
Inflation is the general increase in the prices of goods and services across an economy over time. It means that, on average, the same amount of money buys fewer things than it did before. In other words, the purchasing power of money decreases. It is usually measured as a percentage rate over a year. For example, a 3% inflation means prices rose by about 3% on average during that year. Economists track it using indexes like the CPI in the U.S., which monitors a basket of common goods and services: food, housing, transportation, medical care, etc. She is an elected member of Congress, Colorado. Dudes, dudettes, the fuck? I know you know, but my goodness gracious. So Bobo leaks the picture, right? Why should she should not even be allowed back because she's on the oversight committee. Yeah, it's a good point. This is your reminder to run for office. If she can, Francis, hearts in the chat for Francis, right? This is your reminder to run for office. If she can, you can. You are the smartest chat on TikTok. Any of you could hold an office. Any of you could. If that person, Bobo, Beetlejuice Bobo, right? If she can't answer a simple question about what fucking inflation is, my God, she's going to be on the committee today, interviewing and deposing former President Clinton. Why the fuck should she even be allowed to go? But they won't hold her accountable. Of course not. Okay. We'll leave that right there. I want to go back to a couple things as we get into this a little bit today. We also have to talk about this memo that's been circulating regarding the president using executive powers to take over the elections. We told you he was going to try, but we'll talk about that in a second. I do want to give some voices to some amazing queens, though. You're going to hear from Hillary Knight. Hillary Knight was the captain of the U.S. women's hockey team. The gold medal winning hockey team, one of the most successful United States sports teams, Olympic sports teams in history. The ones that should have been invited to the White House first because they won the medal first. The ones that were mocked by the president and Kash Patel. Well, this is what she had to say.
The joke was distasteful and unfortunate. And I think, just the way women are represented, it's a great teaching point to really shine light on how women should be championed for their amazing feats. And now I have to sort of anybody has to sit in front of you and explain someone else's behavior. It's not my responsibility. But what is shifting the focus and shifting the narrative of this amazing accomplishment that we all did together. And granted, the men's and the women's team did it together, and that is super special. It's never been done in our program's history. It's something we're extremely proud about. But these women are amazing, and whatever is going on shouldn't never outshine or minimize their work and our success on the world stage. This was the best American women's hockey team, the best American team we've ever put together on a world stage when the lights have been the brightest ever. And so I think everybody felt that, going through the tournament. And I want to celebrate. I want people to be remembered for that. I want the legacy of this team to be remembered. And so that's what I'm trying to shift the narrative on and really focus on championing what we've done and what we've accomplished the last 2.5 weeks together.
It's funny, when I was putting this clip together for the show today, that clip then kind of brought me back to the conversation with the gentleman I was telling you guys to start the show with. So I would say to her, sir, wouldn't you call her the epitome of a fucking leader? Hillary Knight epitomizes what leadership should be. You lead by example. You empower the people around you. You give credit where credit is due. That's what women do when they lead. Men are subs by nature. We take orders well. We love being told what to do. Many of the MAGA alphas that are out there will never admit that. But men are subs. Women lead. That's what they do. And again, I've been talking about it a lot this week, but I'm not going to stop talking about it. Men are subs. Fellas, just accept it, okay? An example of leadership is what Hillary Knight just did. That's fucking leadership. That is how you're supposed to fucking do it. She could have been petty. She could have done all kinds of things. She didn't. She just spoke the truth. It was disrespectful, but our accomplishments speak for themselves. These women around me are powerful. She even gave a nod to the men's team. Did anybody on the men's team give a nod to the women's team? Fuck no. A total fucking class act. That's why we need a fucking matriarchy. Right there. Hillary Knight for the win. Speaking of matriarchies, I'm going to continue to do this series because there's this creator, Sherry's in Abundance, and she highlights what it would be like for women to lead. So here's another example from another country around the world.
When men run the world. Here's what happened when women did. We're talking about Finland, where a coalition of 5 women led the government, and this is what happened when women governed together. Homelessness fell by 57%. Women's employment rose by nearly 77%, nearly closing the gender employment gap. Income rose for 86% of women. 200 million euros a year was unlocked by passing a law to raise R&D spending. Upper secondary education was made free, guaranteeing equal access to all children. And perhaps most powerful, children in Finland now grow up in systems designed for equality, security, and possibility. So what if the U.S. followed Finland's lead? Would we be better off? Let me know in the comments.
So, and again, the subs that are out there don't even understand what it would be like, how their lives would be significantly better. Like, literally, how their lives would be better if women were in charge. And can I please request that leading that charge be black women, please? Please? That's my hope. That is my hope. Good morning, Acorn. How are you today? What's on your mind?
Good morning. Can I show you something?
It depends on what it is.
It won't get you a violation or anything. Do you know what Obsidian, the app is? There's an app called Obsidian.
I don't.
It's a note-taking app, and what I did was I put some of the files into the note-taking app, and there's a graph that shows the connection between the different people in the files.
Would you mind sharing that with our Discord first, so I can?
No
so
problem.
I can just, yeah, what? I would really appreciate that. Yeah, I just want to make sure that we just try to look at things before we just do it. But I'm not questioning your at all, Acorn. We just want to be consistent with everything we do. So just share it in the Discord, and then we can talk about it. Anyone? Are you in the Discord?
I think so. I think I joined yesterday. I shared something. I shared an earlier version of this, but between then and now, I updated it.
Okay. Well, actually, sure, let's do it. Do you want the big screen?
Yeah, just for a moment. My computer's being a little bit slow. I usually have this in dark mode, but I wanted to take a screenshot, so I put it in light mode because I wanted a screenshot of this.
Okay.
These are the people in the files.
So explain to me what we're looking at here. So what's the outer circle with those dots? Those are everybody whose names are mentioned?
These are names that are mentioned but haven't yet been linked into the rest of them. All of these are connected in some way, and these just don't have lines. Well, there are, I guess, some lines. They're called orphans, but there are some lines out to it. I just need to finish adding notes.
Okay, so the outer circle are people whose names have been referenced in the files but aren't necessarily connected to anything? Is that what you're saying?
Or I haven't finished writing the notes to connect them into the middle.
Okay.
It's a work in progress.
Okay. So what have you learned from that?
What I wanted to create was a power map. I've been an activist for the last 20 years, and in activism, there's a concept called power mapping. So if a group wants to accomplish something, they map out who has the power to help them get closer to that goal. And so that's what I'm hoping to accomplish here. There's also a concept called pillars of support or pillars of power. And the concept says like no one person upholds like an authoritarian government or like a corrupt system, that there's a lot of people that do that. And if you can analyze the people who do that, their system, so they're no longer upholding it. So I'm trying.
Yeah, I think what people are asking, and myself too, Acorn, I just want to make sure I understand what it is that you're showing, because I'm still a little bit confused.
Every one of these nodes is a person in the files, mentioned in the files somehow.
Okay.
And all these lines, you can't really see it because it's such clustered, but there's lines in between them showing the connections between all the people.
So the connections to Epstein specifically?
All the other people that are mentioned. So not just Epstein, but like each other. Anybody mentioned in the files, and I can zoom in a little bit and show you.
I'm still confused. Maybe I'm not catching it. So the outer ring are just names. Anybody that's mentioned in the files. Got it. So then what is this matrix? What does this tell us?
This shows you how things are connected. So this is Gregory Russ, and this is everyone Gregory Russ is connected to in the files.
Okay. So then so Gregory Russ has a connection. It's not necessarily making and or accusing this person of crimes necessarily. It's just how all these people are connected, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Got it. Okay, that makes sense. So that's how. So if you could zoom out again, so that just shows people how big it is, how big this global trafficking network. And it shows how their names are connected in the files, what they mean, who they are. It puts more names to some of the emails, things like that, right? So it's the picture of everybody who's been referenced and then how they connect to each other, so to speak.
Yes, exactly. And each one of these is a note. If I click on it, a note page will come up. Oops, sorry, it's getting too small. And inside the note are internal links saying this person was mentioned in this email with this person. It shows like the connection.
Okay. This is fascinating. I'd like to learn some more about it. So so is this something, how would people, let me see how I want to ask this question. So would there be like a tutorial, or like, is it just something that you're going to share and or publish, or what's the sitch?
So right now I have a small group of people helping me. What we want to do is make it publicly available so people can click on the nodes and read the notes, and there's like a search option and whatnot. And also we want to make it for trusted people to collaborate with us so that people can do deep dives and add information. So not just what's in the files, but supplemental information like found in newspaper articles or something like that. So that we can start to see, one, like I said, the power map, but other people have approached me and said, we want to cross-reference what's in the files with missing people. Or do you know what MMIW is?
MMIW?
Missing, and there's an M word for unalived indigenous women. So they want to cross-reference the dates and the locations with people who have gone missing and see if there is a way to maybe correlate what had happened to them.
Got it. Okay. Now it's starting to make more sense. This is great, Acorn. This is really great. This is amazing work. Thank you for doing something on this. I guess if people have more questions, I guess if people have more questions about that, should they just message you directly? Or I'd love for you to share this in our Discord so I can spend a little bit more time with it myself. Is that possible?
Yeah, I will go there. I was trying to figure out the best channel to put it in. But I will go there after I get off the panel, and I will I will
Let me
include the screenshot, and I
let me just
will.
ask before you do that. So let me just ask the mod team. Sam, Jess, guys, where would you like her to put this? I mean, we do have it in our Discord, I believe, right? I think it's in there. Oh, look, it does look like you put this in here before. I just want to make sure that if we send you there, that you put it in the spot where it's going to best serve us.
Yeah. Put it
Okay.
yesterday, but it was an earlier version, and it was
Got
just
it.
a screenshot.
Got it. Okay.
And it
I
was like
think
in show suggestions, maybe.
okay. That's where I think I see it now under live topics. Yes. That's probably the best spot to put it. If not, we can make some other suggestions. But this is incredible. Yes, that's the spot to put it. Got it. Suggestions, please. Acorn, thank you very much for doing that for all of us. I really appreciate that. That's amazing of you.
Yeah,
Thanks for jumping in today. I appreciate you very much.
thank you. I appreciate it.
You got it. Talk to you later. That's crazy. That's great. My goodness. So we'll have that. Yeah, we will. Wow, that's great. That's great work. So these are the kinds of things. This is what people are having to do on their own because the government is at day 70 breaking the law. So people like Acorn and others doing this work, I think it just helps us connect the dots. And it's kind of interesting because I'm going to talk about that a little bit this morning. But thank you for that, Acorn. I really, really, really appreciate you. That's great. That's awesome. That's good work.
Oh,
hey,
hello.
How's it going? Hi there.
That was kind of cool. That was awesome.
Really cool. Good stuff.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to jump up because I was listening to you talk about the pastor and how he thought that women they don't lead, right?
Right.
And then I think about what happened to me yesterday, and
Yeah.
So if everybody doesn't know, and I guess I should just let it out now, right, Steve? So
Sure.
I live in a red county in California, and the MAGA movement up here tried to put an initiative on our June 2nd special primary ballot that would require voting ID, one-day voting, limited vote by mail, and they want to disconnect our voter rolls from the state of California. And so there are about 116,000 voters in my county, and not one man stepped up and said this is illegal. So I did a writ of mandate to ask the judge to put in a temporary restraining order, keeping the county from putting it on the ballot and expending taxpayer funds, and until they can decide the legality and constitutionality of the initiative. And yesterday, against the entire county, the county council, the registrar of voters, and the board of supervisors, I won my temporary restraining order.
See, that's do something.
And I have to say that, and like I say this all the time, Steve is the real deal here. Because when I finished my writ, which was 150 pages, I called him with the writ in my hand, and I said, I don't know if I can do this. And he gave me the props to do it, and I did it, and I won. And I keep thinking, okay, I'm a woman, I did this, and this guy thinks that men are leaders, not one man. Even the Democrats in my area, even the ones that were pissed off that this was going on the ballot, did not do anything. But then I started thinking, instead of that, what if we have there's 1,600 people in this watching this. If half of us did what I did, imagine the change that we could make in our communities.
Exactly. It's about seeing something that is just see something, say something, right? You identified something that's going to disenfranchise lots of people without even knowing it. You spoke up, you did the work, you put yourself out there, and look what happened.
Yep. I mean, it's not over yet. This was just a temporary restraining order from them moving forward with it. I still have to wait for the judge to decide the legality and constitutionality, but just the idea that this 5'2", 115-pound nurse could bring that case against an entire county of MAGA men and win is a slap in the face to all of those people. And I'm definitely afraid but I will not be intimidated to do the right thing.
We got you. We got you.
So anyways, thank you to you because you're a huge support to me. And thank you to this family because you guys are super empowering. And I really encourage people, even though you might be afraid, to take that step and do something because it's on us to keep our democracy intact.
Preach. Thank you, Jen. Appreciate
All
you.
right.
Great story. Obviously keep me posted. I'll
I
talk
will.
to you later.
Thanks,
Have a good
Steve.
day. All right.
All right.
You got
Bye.
it. See you later. Bye. It's a great example. I love that shit. Just fucking great example of people doing what's necessary, identifying something that's going to disenfranchise people. She didn't speak up. That just would have happened, and look what's happening now. Jeremy, good morning. How are you today?
Hey, good morning, Steve. Good morning, smartest chat on TikTok. I just was encouraged and I had to jump up because, you had that previous guest on that had that JE file that was up there, that interactive file. And it just goes to show you made a point too. People are doing something. I'm running for Congress in Alabama's 5th congressional district. I'm a progressive veteran, and I have networked so much over the last year that I've been running. There are people everywhere. There's candidate coalitions. There's people who don't want to run but want to support, and we're linking these folks up. There is an underground type grassroots movement happening, and people like you, Steve, and others are inspiring people to do this stuff. So please continue to share that positive message because it does get bleak out there sometimes. You feel like one piece of bad news and it kind of just derails your whole day or whatever. And it's important, you got to be able to look around and see that people are doing something. And you can do something too, y'all. Anybody out there can help a campaign. You can help your library. That's where I got started. Looking at the local libraries, that's where they sink their teeth in. They find these local areas and they being the fascists, of course. That's how they started this game. So yeah, I appreciate it.
How about an impromptu interview, Jeremy?
Yeah, I'll do an interview with you. Yeah.
Okay. So you mentioned you're progressive. So tell us, first of all, about what was inspired you to, I'm just going off the cuff here, so bear with me, but tell me what inspired you to run for office.
So I like to say that I'm doing it for all the right reasons and none of the wrong ones. I'm not a motivated money guy. Just seeing like all the people that Lauren Boebert, for example, just seeing that, right? My representative not being great. But just realizing I'm one of those people who is like, F it, I'll do it myself. I took an oath to the Constitution. So I have to protect and defend the Constitution. That was like the most important thing. So January 6th really kind of sparked something in me, but then seeing how Trump got elected and how quickly people were just folding and there was no resistance, I kind of saw how things were going to get. And I looked at the House of Representatives. I always wanted to be in government or in politics. I've been a public servant as a military veteran. I take that oath seriously, service to people very seriously. I start, a nonprofit. I volunteer my time. So looking to serve people was always on the agenda. But now just seeing how urgent and how dire our Congress and our situation is, I felt like I had to, right? The millennial in me was like, oh, another emergency, another crisis. I think I need to stand up and I need to run as far as I can toward the danger. So that's really like the story here about why I started running.
Tell us about your district.
Yeah. So
tell us about the people. Tell us about what's the heartbeat of your district. Tell us about it.
Yeah. So it's North Alabama, District 5, and it's 5 or 6 counties. So I'll list them off. So Jackson County, Lawrence County, Madison County. I live in Limestone County, and there's a little bit of Lauderdale County. And so that's North Alabama. Do you know where Space Command is supposed to go? That's Huntsville, Alabama.
Like Huntsville. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
That's like the metropolitan hub, right? Huntsville's a medium-sized city, and we're just surrounded by, there's a few suburbs, a lot of defense manufacturing. There's some NASA stuff here as far as the economy goes. A lot of government contract work here in the hub. But then when you get outside of Huntsville, it's very rural, very agrarian. Retail, hourly work. A lot of people commute 40 to 50 minutes from their place of, live, because the cost of living is so high in Huntsville. They commute from outside 45, 55 minutes is a normal commute for a lot of folks. Very agrarian. There's a very big wealth gap. So there's people who are, in the upper middle class. And then there's a very stark gap between those folks who are middle class and solidly middle class, upper middle class, to low wage earners, working poor. It's both. So that kind of paints the picture of the district. I think it's like 55% women, very heavily educated. We have a very high per capita education here, advanced degrees and all. So I think that kind of paints the picture a little bit.
So it's a district that that Trump won in 2024?
Yeah, he's I think it's a plus 17 district or so.
Interesting.
When you look
That's what I was asking.
Yeah, plus 17 district. But the incumbent ran unopposed, and Democrats haven't been running here.
So you bring that up. The reason I ask is because you've probably been paying attention to a lot of special elections across the country, right? So the one that sticks out to me, since you said you're a progressive, I think about the race that Acton Bain ran in Tennessee District 4 or 7. I think it's 7. And she flipped. Well, she didn't flip the seat, but she decreased the margin by 13 points.
Oh yeah.
So was that a motivator for you when you saw those results? And other districts
absolutely.
across the country?
Yeah, I've been following a lot of campaigns across the country, and actually one of the calculations that I made as far as why I think this seat can be not only flipped but super progressively flipped is because Acton Bain's campaign for sure was something that stood out to me. I think that district is actually where I'm from. Like I'm from Clarksville, Tennessee originally, and that's where one of her and it's got a very similar demographic. There's a huge military base there. There's a huge military base here. It's a little more, I would say, I think it's probably obviously just a little more conservative, but than we are here. And it's very similar. Yeah, but I've been following a lot of these, and that's kind of what my calculus has been is people everywhere want somebody more bold, unapologetic, and just standing on firm on some business, it's been my calculation, and it's been very well responded to.
What are your what are the most important, here, give me your elevator pitch, your campaign pitch.
So what we're going to do in Congress. So I like to think about the job, what it's going to entail, and how we can accomplish these things. So what I want to do, what I think people here want to see is, I'm one of 400 and something members. And I want to use my position to, one, impeach, convict, and remove the president. I'll be a vote for that. And all of the cabinet members who have violated their oath of office, abolish the frozen water agency is one of those things. But to deliver for folks, like my campaign is on healthcare, human rights, and affordable housing. So healthcare, human rights, housing, and passing healthcare for all can happen. It absolutely must happen. Expanding Medicare and Medicaid is great, and lowering cost of healthcare is great. But the end game has always been we need universal healthcare. So I'm staunchly for universal healthcare. It's probably the most important issue of our day. And then human rights, and I tie that into AB and all these other things about self-determination, protecting our human rights, trans folks, the LGBTQIA plus communities under attack, our Black communities under attack. So any way that I can stop legislation or support legislation that expands that right of self-determination and making sure that we protect each other. And then affordable housing, it's a basic human right. The price of housing in our area has gone up almost 70% in the last 5 years. So we've got to use some of our congressional power here to lower the cost of housing. Young people can't even afford homes anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I see that. It's funny because I was I just got a note in our mod chat, and I was sort of thinking the same thing because words matter. I think one of the things, if I can Take it for what it's worth. I'm going to offer you a suggestion.
Sure.
Because language matters.
Yeah.
I think what people are looking for from progressives and Democrats are definitive language.
Yes.
Not that I think I would talk about universal health care. I would be talking about universal health care. I would be pushing that train, right? I would say stand behind it, because you're in a position now where there's a unique opportunity here, right? Because the overwhelming majority, I'm sure you've done this from inside polling, internal polling, that Americans want a Medicare for all model.
Yeah.
But no one has, aside from Bernie and a few others, have put the flag in the ground and saying, I am fucking running on Medicare for all, universal health care. Don't apologize for being, I'm not saying you are, but just in general. Yeah. Don't apologize for being a progressive.
No, I mean, that's what I say, unapologetic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
I start out every, I wasn't anticipating I don't have a stump speech like memorized, but like I say it all the time. Yeah. Unapologetically left. Unapologetically running on things like healthcare for all. I just made a video yesterday speaking about that ban in Tennessee, where they want to pass a bill in Tennessee to make it death penalty, and if you get an AB, and even if that bill doesn't pass, and it's probably just red meat, and that's how these state legislators act. It's still a signal in a day like today where people are scared for everything being taken away. There, zero chance of getting passed is not the point. The point is they're signaling to folks like, this is what we want. This is what we're going to do, And so I made a video about that. Like, hey, being pro-choice is not good enough. You need to be pro-woman.
Agreed. Would you be willing to talk to an Alabama voter?
Yeah, absolutely.
I've got one in the chat. Happens to be one of my moms.
Let's go.
Yeah. Here you go. I was going to say Jess, Jeremy, Jess.
What's up, Jess?
Hey, Jeremy. So I'm near Opelika.
Okay.
However, I think one of your main talking points should be electricity.
Oh, yeah.
They are mad.
The Alabama Power. Yeah.
Yep. They're trying to sue, but they can't find a lawyer that will take this case. So they want to hear about this and your plans for that. They really need a representative.
Yeah. There's a lot going on with Alabama Power. And so I know that they're trying to get rid of the elected process by which they elect their board. And for those of you who don't know, in the chat, Alabama Power is probably one of the most corrupt power organizations. I mean, I guess I shouldn't say corrupt because that would be like allegations or whatever, but very suspicious on why our power, they're very unpopular. We have some of the highest rates of energy in the country, and it's, for what reason, it's unknown. People are just pissed. They're the most unpopular I guess, elected service in the state, other than maybe the federal government at this point. And so, yeah, I think you're right. How can we affect that at the national level? I haven't actually thought about that, to be completely fair. I would imagine there's got to be some legislation oversight that we could put in place there. I tend to think of it in like the consumer protection realm. So, just thinking off the top of my head, why can't we just tie that into the Consumer Protection Bureau? These are private companies that are exploiting citizens, even though they're run by public, boards or whatever. We should probably strengthen the CFPB, or Consumer Finance Protection Bureau, which has been, I guess, defanged. And I think that's exactly what it was created for, honestly, is to protect our consumers from things like price gouging for energy.
Jess, as a military wife, anything in particular that you would like to tell Jeremy so that he can keep this in mind as he's running for Congress?
Well, I just want to thank you for your service, first of all. Yeah. But yeah, I would, with Alabama, I don't know, the voters are crazy. They're thinking about voting third party for everything. And I keep telling them that's not going to work.
Yeah.
So I just really want you to bring up certain talking points with them that I know that they're concerned about, and that was one of them. Okay. So, just tell them like, hey, I hate Alabama Power too. If I had the choice, I would do this, but I'm going to work towards that.
Yeah.
And then, because I know Huntsville, they're really mad.
Oh, yeah.
They got those letters in the mail, like, a year or two ago?
About the Doge
Trump.
letters and the Trump.
So bring that up. Also talk about how Katie Britt's husband has stake in that, in Alabama Power.
Oh, does he? I didn't know that.
Yes,
Yeah.
he does. It's very, very corrupt.
Yeah. Do you follow Alabama Fella
I
on
don't.
TikTok? Yeah, you should check him out. Look in my bio. He's actually running for Public Service Commission. And he's going to be one of those folks that I think align to with that. Like he asked me about running, and that's what he was talking about, was running for Alabama Power. People are pissed, yeah. And the Doge thing, the veterans here in this community, not to mention with the most recent rule about changing disability ratings and things like that. I mean, people are not happy. People are not happy.
Yep.
It's just like overall, like almost every category of voter, every demographic that you slide into, most people are unhappy unless you're just brainwashed MAGA at this point. Very unhappy.
Yeah, and I think you might be able to flip some veterans. If you want, I can make a list of everything the Republicans have voted for that hurt veterans, and you can make that a talking point too.
Yeah, that's on my list of things to do today. Actually, is make a veterans video, because I was watching the fallout from that rule, because it's personally affecting. I try not to be too loud about things that personally affect me, because I definitely like to champion others. But yeah, I'm definitely keen on the veterans issues here. I mean, we're talking about going to war for all the wrong reasons, and millennials, we're tired of it. We're tired of it, y'all. Like sending people to war. Money for everything else, but no health care. Money for everything else, but no education funding. I'm just getting so sick and tired of it. I know everybody else is.
This is anything else, Jess?
No, I think that's it. But yeah, what Steve said, say, I'm going to do this, or I'm going to work towards this.
Absolutely. Noted.
Thanks for jumping in, Queen. I appreciate you very much.
Thanks so much.
Maybe
Steve.
I could avoid it. You hang on a second, Jeremy. Jess, maybe I can avoid a shin kick for the day since you got to come up and see. But maybe not. I don't know. I'm sort of doing how that goes. I love you, friend. You know that.
Love you too.
All right, bye. Thank you for jumping in, Jeremy. I appreciate you you're willing to do that sort of, impromptu. And we're pulling for you because I want as many progressives in Congress as possible. Just don't ever apologize for being progressive and demanding better and dropping an F-bomb here and there and calling Mike Johnson fucking bitch boy like I'll call him every single day. But I want to thank you for being here. Anything you'd like to say in closing?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you, Steve, for having the platform. Thank you, Jess, for coming up. Alabama will be blue. This district will be blue. Go to jeremytakesthehouse.org. You can learn about my platform. Follow me on TikTok. Follow me on Insta, all the other places. We will take the house. jeremytakesthehouse.org. You'll see me there. Thank you so much, Steve.
Thank you, Jeremy. I appreciate you very much. Have a good day. Be safe out there. Real time. Love that shit. Thank you for that. Again, that's just in general, right? Just in general, we can stop apologizing for being progressive, right? We can stop apologizing for demanding human rights, for demanding, not even a seat at the fucking table, the whole fucking table. Let me just check on something here. Yeah. Hector, I see you. Let's talk about that. It's where he is. I get what you're saying, Hector. The comment I got from Hector was about how the progressive label, but I say own it. It is going to be a fight in that district. Sure, red districts are challenging, but however you want to define yourself, whatever that might be, I think it's really, really important to own the things that you care about. You're a veteran. You represent or potentially will represent a district that is got a lot of veterans presence. I think Jess calling it out. Speak to the things that matter to people. The biggest mistake in party politics in general is that you're not willing to get granular enough. How is your electric bill? Did you spend more money at the grocery store for cereal? I mean, get fucking real. Like, really get real and get down in the fucking dirt. So again, thank you, Jeremy. Thank you, Jeremy, for your willingness to be impromptu about that. Whoa, what's that? Oh, that's cool. Damn, that's pretty neat. Thank you for that. So anyway, thank you for doing that, and I appreciate everybody. And just let's no longer apologize for defending and demanding human rights. Right? Districts are hard to flip. You know, obviously that 13% number is the one I have in my head, looking at districts all across the country saying a district that normally would be a 13-point margin, which is big. That's a hard flip. You're seeing it all across the country. So I think there's hope. But thank you for being here for that. I appreciate it. That was cool. Everybody keep tapping and sharing, please. Appreciate you guys for being here. Indigo, how are you today?
Hi, can you hear me okay?
I can, yes.
Excellent. How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. What's on your mind?
Okay, well, mainly I'm reaching out to you. I love you. I love this community so much, and I'm so grateful for it. And I participate where I can. I broke my legs like a little over a year ago, which makes it really difficult to get out and do the things that I would normally do. I mean, I do go to protests. I bring my wheelchair so I can, because I can't be on my feet right now very long. But I guess I'm reaching out to look for, advice on things I can do besides, making calls to, I would like to be a part of a group that needs somebody to do stuff from home, but I'm just not really sure. And it's a little overwhelming as well because there's so many things I support. I donate and I do what I can. So yeah.
So it's interesting what you said. So I'm going to challenge it a little bit, if I might. You said you would like to be a part of a group. Maybe you start your own.
And this is where it probably gets overwhelming because there's so many things that are upsetting right now and to back.
Sure. Pick one.
Yeah, I've had that conversation with myself and
yeah. And something to consider, right? This is one of those moments, and I appreciate this, and I'm not discouraging you to try to find a group to be a part of, but if that's the struggle, like if you see, like I would really like to do this, then do that, whatever that might be. It could be simple. That's the whole spirit of do something, right? There's always something to do, and I always worry about that messaging because I don't want people to feel like they're overwhelmed. Like I don't know which one to pick. Just pick one. Somebody just said a book club, a knitting club, a block party. I don't know where you live, what kind of weather you're around you. Something like a neighborhood block party. Put sidewalk chalk out, and people can make pictures that maybe brighten someone's day. They could yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, there's no sidewalks in my area.
But you know what I mean. Right? There's opportunities for all these kinds of things. There's online communities that have already formed. Find a cause. Like what's really important to you? If I were to press you, say what's the biggest thing that's nagging you every single day? Is it shelter? Is it food? I mean, what is it? What's the thing that really bothers you every single day?
All of it. But again, I feel a little stumped because it's like I can't go out to do things and participate.
Sure.
Because I'm limited. And I guess I worked up the courage to come on your platform because you have such a great community and so well connected that perhaps there's groups that are, looking for someone who can assist from home.
Yes. So short term, you could do what's referred to as the 5 Calls app. That's one, right? That is something that will basically give you a script to contact members of Congress. That's one thing. So I would download the 5 Calls app for one. I would think about what skills that you have, because we all have skills, whatever they might be. And I understand everybody's circumstances are different, but some people might be really good copywriters or proofreaders. Somebody might be willing to say, you know what, I can phone bank. I can sit in my chair and I can make phone calls for people. You might be a volunteer hub. You could be good at making signs. So I'm just asking people to think a little bit outside the normal box. Again, everybody's circumstances are unique. That's true. But what I don't want you to do is get overwhelmed, like paralysis by analysis, right? And spend too much time thinking about too many things, think you can't make a difference with any of it, but yet just find one. Just find one. Find one thing. Start with the 5 Calls app. Start with that.
Very well. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I mean, I think that would be, and then come back and let us know. Whatever that would look like. We've got also if you're not in our Discord, please join it because there's all kinds of resources in there. And this is what people do in our community. They share things like, did you know about this? Did you know about that? And you might see something like, I can do that. There you go.
I actually am part of your Discord. Yeah, in fact, I joined Discord because of you, but I'm still getting familiar with the navigation of that particular app.
Well, I appreciate you saying that. Actually, and I just got a request in the chat from somebody. This is a person who might be able to give you some suggestions. Hey, friend, how are you? It's been a minute.
Hey, I'm good. I'm Gina. I actually work for the Nebraska Democratic Party. And so, red states go stick together, although Florida, I think, is more swingy than Nebraska at this point. But I just wanted to come on because there are a few things. Have you contacted your state party?
Kind of, but not. I haven't made any good contacts with them. No.
Okay. I know it can be hard. In red states, we are like across the board understaffed. There's so much to do. There's not funds. So if they did not get back to you, like that is don't take it personally. They're probably I currently have almost 300 emails in my inbox. I can't keep up. I try and I can't. So in Nebraska, we have a neighborhood organizing program. I don't think Florida has one yet. We call them block captains. You could check on that. But for me, it would be helpful if we had people watching our legislature, our county boards, what's on the agenda, what's coming up, what are they doing? Sometimes in Nebraska, almost all of these are live streamed, so you can actually watch without leaving your house. So that's one thing. When people are paying attention to what's happening in their government, it helps to push the political messaging in the right direction, if that makes sense. So that's one thing. If you're on Facebook, there are sometimes Facebook groups that will do stuff. In Nebraska, we have a progressive legislative study group, and basically they're just a group that works together to understand what's happening in our legislature. And I had another thought, but I have not had coffee yet this morning, and I forgot.
That's all very helpful, and I appreciate it. Absolutely. I'm not on Facebook anymore. I banned that a long time ago.
That's fine. Maybe there's people on TikTok who are doing that, and in a Discord, that sort of thing.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Gina, thanks for jumping in. I appreciate that. And I'll drop you down. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for bringing me up.
You got it. Sorry. Just in general, this is a message to anybody. I know it feels overwhelming, and it is. And that's just, we're allowed to be in our emotions, whatever they are, no matter what they are, whatever they are. Just don't let it paralyze you, because there's always something to do. No matter what it is. It may be apolitical, it may be running for office, and anything and everything in between. But there's always something to do, and I think Gina's advice is a good one. Stay persistent with your county, with your state party, your county chair, even just by zooming in, or whatever your local city council meetings are, or your whatever that might be. If they have Zoom for the meetings, attend those, ask questions, be nosy, be brave, and do something. That track?
Yes. Thank you for your time today. Please drop me.
You got it. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you very much. Thank you. All right. I just want to real quick check in here. What is this? Hector. Okay. Just want to say that he's talking to me, that you've never blessed the chat with a seductive line in a seductive voice, yet I have. Ask the chat how they feel about that. So, I don't have the voice that you have, man. I'm sorry. I mean, I can do my best. I can do my best, Hector. All right. Okay. Fine. Give the people what they want. Now I have to put, okay. So now it's like, okay. Anyway, here we go. All right. Everybody, no matter what you do something. Thank you. Appreciate that. It's worth it. Give the people what they want. Steve, I made myself blush. That's wild. Oh, she dropped. Yeah, I know. Hector, you bastard. I owe you. I owe you big. Exactly. Or I will find you. James, how are you? James, are you there? James Platt, are you there? I guess not. I have a particular set of skills, and they involve speaking to an amazing community every single day. If you leave our community, I will find you. Okay, now I'm stuck. Okay, now I'm done now. I'm done. Al, how are you today?
I'm good. Can you hear me?
I can. Yes, indeed.
Okay, cool. My Bluetooth doesn't always work. I just wanted to throw out for anybody who is looking to hear about matriarchy from a woman of color should check out Nikita Gill. She's a poet. And while she is in the UK, she has been talking a lot about matriarchy and stuff like that lately on her channel. And it's really empowering and really interesting. And I just think that it might be a good place for people to go check out.
What was the name again?
Nikita Gill.
Okay.
Yep. I think that's her handle too. So
on TikTok and other socials, we'll find her.
Yeah.
We will find her. I appreciate you letting us know about that, Elle. Thanks for being here today.
Yeah.
I appreciate you very much.
Have a good one.
You got it. Have a good day. All right, bye. Okay. Nikita Gill, Nikita Gill. She's a poet. That's right. That's where I've heard the name before. Nikita Gill. There you go. All right. We're working through here. I've got a few other things I wanted to talk about today, but it's Free Speech Friday, so the platform is yours. And yes, it is possible for me to make myself blush. How the hell does that work out? Good morning, Tor. How are you today?
Pretty good. From one Hector to another. Hey now. That's all I wanted to say.
Hey now. I appreciate you, Fred. Thanks for being here.
Talk to you later.
Yeah, all right, man. See you later. God, I love you guys. Seriously. It's like yes. I'll leave it right there. Okay, a few other things. Everybody, please continue to support the channel. Tapping is clapping, liking is loving, sharing is caring. Let me give a few more folks a shout out for your kindness and your contributions. Everybody but Hector. No, everybody, including Hector. That's fine. I love you, man. You know that. Please be safe on your drive. I also wanted to thank Margaret. Margaret said $5 Friday. Oh, thank you, friend. Appreciate you very much. Amy, thank you so very much. You're very kind. Savage, David, Jody, you guys are incredibly kind people. Thank you for all you do. Appreciate our channel. All right, a few other things. I want to just kind of go back a little bit and cover some of the statements made.
I could have gotten him
by James Comer, because I think it's important. It's relevant because he's being called out now, right? So I'm gonna lead into the situation with Howard Nutlick, because he needs to be questioned. But this was an interesting moment. So as we know, like I said to start the show, why is a woman being forced to testify to talk about allegations of charges made by men who aren't being forced to testify? Make that make sense. So here's James Comer being asked about the president. This is a wild fucking take. This to me is the epitome of the epitome of the cover up.
Said in her opening statement, if Republicans were serious about investigating Jeffrey Epstein, that you would call President Trump to testify. Why won't you?
Well, President Trump has answered hundreds, if not thousands, of questions from you all about Epstein.
That's the media, Jim. He's not under oath when he talks to the media. Jim.
And I think he's been very transparent in releasing the documents. We expect hopefully more documents to come in. We're still assessing the 3 million plus documents that we have. We obviously will be moving on to the next phase and bringing more people in for questions. So again, remember, this was a bipartisan subpoena by members of both parties to bring in Miss Clinton.
Yeah, and Mrs. Clinton, by the way. So again, the bullshit line that you just gave people, he has answered hundreds, if not thousands of questions from you all, from the media. Dude. Okay.
Medical doctor.
Here's a little bit more from Jim. This is about Howard Nuttlick, and then we're going to pivot into him because it's necessary that we cover this.
Partisanship, would you then ask the Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick to come testify? It seems like he has some information.
That's very possible, and I think I think it's a good possibility that his name will arise in some questioning today.
It'll be on my list, and I have an email I printed off for Hillary to ask about Howard Lutnick today.
Okay.
So
God's watching.
We're asking again.
Why would you be asking Hillary Clinton about Howard Lutnick? Why don't you just bring in Howard Nuttlick? I mean, see, this is the thing. These fucking monsters, the predator protectors, right? Why would you be asking Hillary Clinton about Howard Nuttlick? Why don't you just bring in Howard Nuttlick? Make it make sense. Exactly, Dano. Make it make sense.
And I want to remind everyone, we've already brought in Alex Acosta and Bill Barr for deposition.
Right, okay, great.
That's two Republicans in the Trump administration.
Cool.
So this isn't just about Democrats. This is about anyone that has any knowledge of Epstein, the investigation. I think we all agree.
I'm sorry, did you say anyone? Oh, anyone who has knowledge about Epstein. Okay, let me just go to the tape, shall we? Anyone who has knowledge about Epstein, you want to bring in. So this is from the Oversight Committee when they petitioned or they subpoenaed the Epstein estate. Each dot is an email thread released by the Oversight Committee. You want to bring in anyone who has any connections. Okay, let's start. You brought Bill Clinton in, right? So that's 500 or so. 500 of the 2,324 emails. Okay, you're bringing him in today. Great. Okay, Larry Summers. He's in 117 of the 2,324 emails. To use your words, Jim, you want to bring in anyone and everyone who's got connections to Epstein. Cool. I've got one more for you, you piece of shit. This is Donald Trump. His name is mentioned 1,670 times, and this is just from what was subpoenaed by your committee, the Oversight Committee, that he got from the Epstein estate. And don't tell us that you can't subpoena a sitting president, because you absolutely fucking can. They could claim executive privilege, but you could do it. Explain that, Jim.
Agree. The government failed. The government failed the victims. And what our role is, we can't prosecute anyone. But what we have been doing is getting transparency to the American people. We subpoenaed the estate. That had nothing to do with the discharge petition. We subpoenaed the documents for the estate. That's what the victims asked us to do.
Yeah.
And what you're seeing is there is accountability finally happening. You've seen at least a dozen very powerful people, men and women, who have already resigned, many in disgrace from their board positions. So we're seeing accountability, but we have a desire to see a lot more accountability. We want to get the answers, and hopefully the next 2 days will be a step in the right direction on our investigation. Anybody else?
I mean, what else is there to say? That was James Comer, who's the chairperson of the Oversight Committee. The Oversight Committee is the ones that did the deposition with Hillary Clinton yesterday, the ones that subpoenaed the Epstein estate and got a lot of that information. So, MAGA, do you understand that they are literally telling you that we are going to cover for President Trump? You get that, right? You get that, right? So then, again, shifting back to this particular portion of sound about Howard Nuttlick.
Secretary Clinton said in her opening statement, if Republicans were serious about investigating Jeffrey Epstein, that you would call President Trump to testify. Why won't you?
Yeah,
well,
exactly. Why won't you?
President Trump has answered hundreds, if not thousands, of questions from you all about Epstein. And
So?
I think he's been very transparent in releasing the documents.
I'm sorry. What was that? Very transparent? 70 days that the Donald Trump Justice Department has violated federal law for not being transparent. Jim, do you think your vote... You know that your voters are not bright enough, or you're counting on the fact that they're not bright enough to see through this bullshit, right?
We expect hopefully more documents to come in. We're still assessing the 3 million plus documents that we have. We obviously will be moving on to the next phase and bringing more people in for questions. So again, remember, this was a bipartisan subpoena by members of both parties to bring in Miss Clinton.
Okay.
Which will tell you that is
great. Good to know. Howard Nuttlick. We're going to talk about him because I don't think he's gotten enough scrutiny. So, by the way, there's a brand new there was an email drop, there was a files drop, there was some issues with the website last night, the Epstein files in the DOJ, and then there was an image that was posted, and then there was an image that was taken down. This is, let me move this. I can't move it. I'll move it over here. This is one of the photos from the island. This is Howard Nuttlick. Right there. Don't know who these people are. We know who that person is. We don't know who the other people are, but this is Howard Nuttlick. Okay? So I was like that, you know, obviously they're enjoying a moment. Okay? Keep that picture in mind for just a moment, okay? Because we're gonna retrace our steps a bit. So this was the initial interview that got people's attention from Howard Nuttlick. He was interviewed on a series called, this is, I forget the name of it's a podcast that they produce on, or that's produced for the New York Post. I forget what it's called, but it doesn't matter. Here's the interview.
So he invites us in, we have coffee in this, and he says, do you want a tour? We said, great. Interesting. He's got a really big house. Every room you went into? He's got, well, I'll tell you. So his house is like super big, really wide. And so he gives me a tour in the living room, big living room. And then across from it is double doors. I assume it's the dining room. Yeah. And he opens the doors and there's a massage table in the middle of the room. And candles all around and stuff. So I ask very insightful, cutting questions. I say to him, massage table in the middle of your house? How often do you have a massage? And he says,
I'm just going to pause there quickly. This interviewer, I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt. She's trying to create a bit of comfort for Howard Nuttlick so that he can answer more questions. Thus the laughter. That's just my assessment of why she's doing that. Right. Okay. Well, I'm going to make him feel a little bit more comfortable to pull a little bit more shit out of him. Maybe. I don't know. That's just my assessment.
Every day. And then he gets weirdly close to me. And he says, and the right kind of massage. Now my wife is standing here. So she looks at me and I look at her and we say, I'm sorry, we have to go. And we left. And in the 6 or 8 steps it takes to get from his house to my house, my wife and I decided that I will never be in the room with that disgusting person ever again. So I was never in the room with him socially, for business, or for even philanthropy. If that guy was there, I wasn't going because he's gross. And so I look back at it as a gift. Yes. He gave me a gift. Yes. Of a voice. So, yeah, that's my story. A one and absolutely done.
I'm one and I'm absolutely done. So this was roughly 7 years after, according to the emails of that infamous meeting at the property. They lived next door to one another. Well, then we fast forward to his testimony before Congress after this information came out, right? He's being questioned during this Senate hearing.
Why did the Epstein files show you coordinating a meeting and planning a visit with Jeffrey Epstein on his private island in December 2012?
Yeah, why?
Thank you for the question. I'm glad to be here to make it clear that I met Jeffrey Epstein when I moved to a house next door to him in New York. And I met him then. Over the next 14 years, I met him 2 other times that I can recall. 2 times. And that is none for 6 years. So 6 years later, I met him. And then a year and a half after that, I met him, and never again. Probably the total, and you've seen all of these documents, of these millions and millions of documents, there may be 10 emails connecting me with him, probably about 10 emails connecting me with him over a 14-year period. I did not have any relationship with him. I barely had anything to do with that person. Okay?
Secretary Lutnick, I think you understand the root of concern here. It's the way you described very emphatically your first encounter with him in his apartment, said you were disgusted, would never have any contact with him again. Did you, in fact, make the visit to Jeffrey Epstein's private island?
I did have lunch with him as I was on a boat going across on a family vacation. My wife was with me, as were my 4 children and nannies. I had another couple they were there as well with their children, and we had lunch on the island.
I don't see any women in this picture. I don't see your wife. I don't see your nannies. Why would you need nannies for these guys? Where are the children? Where are they? Oh, this is interesting. Let me just pause real quick. Bro, turn in your, you know what, dude, I don't need a man card. You might. I don't need one. Appreciate that though, boss. Bones McClanahan, chat. Meet Bones McClanahan. Buckle up, Buttercup. I don't see anybody in here that resembles someone who might be a nanny or children, quite frankly. But anyway.
That is true for an hour, and we left with all of my children, with my nannies and my wife, all together. We were on family vacation. We were not apart. To suggest there was anything untoward about that in 2012, I don't recall why we did it, but
Mr. Secretary, again, as I said, there's not an indication that you yourself engaged in any wrongdoing with Jeffrey Epstein. It's the fact that you believe that you misled the country and the Congress based on your earlier statements.
It's not believe. That's Chris Van Hollen who's doing the interviewing. It's Chris, it's not believe. He did. He did mislead the country because he knew when he did that interview that I played the sound before, he flat out knew that he had been in contact because that interview was just last year as he became the Commerce Secretary. So he flat out fucking lied that there was no contact, thinking that it would not be exposed. Alex Acosta and Howard Nutlick are very principled in this entire thing. Not that they have principles, no. They are principles in this thing. And they are also, they're taking a page out of Trump's book. Just lie, then blame somebody else. Okay.
Suggesting that you cut off all contact when in fact you had not. When you visited the private island, did you see anything inappropriate during that visit?
The only thing I saw with my wife and my children and the other couple and their children was staff who worked for Mr. Epstein on that island.
And you realize that, you know, this visit took place after he'd been convicted, right? I mean, you made a very big point of saying that you sensed that this was a bad person in 2005. And then, of course, in 2008, he was convicted of soliciting prostitution of a minor. and yet you went and had this trip and other interactions. Did you have a dinner in Epstein's New York City home in 2011?
No.
So the information that suggests that there was a dinner with Woody Allen and Woody Allen's spouse at the Epstein residence, there's nothing to that, is that right?
I actually don't know what you're referring to. There was, look, I looked through the millions of documents for my name, just like everybody else. Yeah. And what I found was there was a document that says that I had a meeting with him on, in May, I think, for an hour at 5 o'clock.
Okay.
Not dinner or otherwise, for an hour at 5 o'clock.
All right. There's also a reference to the fact that Epstein had expressed an interest in meeting your nanny. Do you know whether Jeffrey Epstein ever met with your nanny?
No, I saw that. I had no idea what that was about. It had nothing to do with me.
No
as far as
interaction
I
at
know.
all with him.
No, as far as I know, no.
Would you, Mr. Secretary, be willing to ensure that the file is complete to share with this committee and the Congress your own records, any records you have that relate to Jeffrey Epstein?
I will surely talk about that. I hadn't thought about that. I have nothing to hide. Absolutely.
What? I'm sorry. What? What? You have nothing to hide? Oh, Howie. Boo-boo. You have a lot to hide. Because that's all you've been doing is hiding shit. See, we see you, Howie, because this is you, Howie, right? This is you. You lied. Flat out, you lied. You knew how bad J.E. was. Let's go back to this. You knew how bad he was.
And so he gives me a tour in the living room, big living room.
You knew.
And then across from it is double doors. I assume it's the dining room.
You're busted.
And he opens the doors, and there's a massage table in the middle of the room.
You knew.
And candles all around.
You knew.
So I ask very insightful,
You
cutting
knew.
questions.
Howie.
I say to him,
You knew.
massage table in the middle of your house? How often you have a massage?
Mm.
And he says, every day. And then he gets weirdly close to me. And he says, and the right kind of massage. Ooh. Now my wife is standing here. So she looks at me and I look at her and we say, I'm sorry, we have to go. And we left. And in the 6 or 8 steps it takes to get from his house to my house, my wife and I decided that I will never be in the room with that disgusting person ever again.
So is your excuse that this isn't a room? Well, unless you had lunch on the terrace, you lying fuck, you were in fact in the room. And you knew you were in the room because this happened between 2005 when you said no more and this interview you did on this podcast. So you lied. You flat out fucking lied. And you got busted lying. But what about Biden? You got busted. You got caught. That's you, Howard. After this grandiose statement that you made, how he's a pig, he's disgusting.
So I was never in the room with him socially, for business, or even philanthropy. If that guy was there, I wasn't going because he's gross. And so I look back at it as a gift. Yes. He gave me a gift. Yes. Of a voice.
Howard, in the immortal words of the Eagles, there ain't no way to hide your lying eyes. Because we see you. We see you. You see that, Howard? This is what happens when you are part of a cover-up that includes you. And don't forget, Howard, Your company hedged their bets against the Supreme Court overturning IEPA. Your company just made tens of millions of dollars. Cantor Fitzgerald. Your company, Howard, made tens of millions of dollars when the Supreme Court ruled that that IEPA, the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, was unconstitutional in use of the tariffs. Your company did that, Howard. Your company did. Yeah, I mean, we don't even know, Tootle. We have no idea. Hundreds of millions of dollars at a minimum. Annabelle, good question. If we can bring Hillary Clinton in, why can't we bring Mrs. Lutnick in for her to answer questions? We see you. Any MAGA in the chat want to discuss this? Probably not, right? I wouldn't either. But, you guys just focus on nail varnish. That's fine. That's fine. Nothing to see here. Nothing at all. Just a quick detour, briefly. That's not the right picture. Is that the one that I don't think I have a better one? Maybe I do. Hold on. Well, here you go. This was posted by Sean Duffy, who's the Secretary of Transportation. It's a cabinet photo of all the pedophile protectors. Everybody there. There's Howard. Hi, Howard. There's Pam over here. Hi, Pam. Hi. And Mr. Duffy posts best cabinet since 1776. Now, friends, here's the thing. We didn't have a cabinet in 1776. We didn't have a cabinet because we didn't have a president in 1776. We didn't have a cabinet until like 14 years later, officially 1789, 1790. These are the people that are in your government. Best cabinet since 1776. And the comments, I troll on X oftentimes, and the comments were just hilarious. Some people like, you fucking idiots. Somebody posted a picture of an actual cabinet. And by the way, is it Rhode Island or Connecticut? One of you crazy states refer to a milkshake as a cabinet. Is that Rhode Island? RJ, are you in here? What the fuck is that? Is it Connecticut or is it Rhode Island? I forget. How is a milkshake a cabinet? Anyway, these fucking people right here, right? Rhode Island here. It's Rhode Island. Why do you call a milkshake a cabinet? Here they are. Here's the predator protectors. There's Howard smiling. There's Pam smiling. Christy Nome's tucked off in the corner somewhere. There's Keg's Breath back there doing shots. Keg stands in a half an hour. Right? Best cabinet since 1776. Okay. I fucking hate this timeline. Okay, let me go back to where it was. Where was I? Right there. All right. Good morning, Mike.
Oh shit! How you doing, man?
Sorry, I don't appreciate your profile name, quite frankly. So, if you had a different name, then we could probably have a conversation. But no one can be taken seriously when you have a username that is Mike Hunt. So no, I'm not going to waste my time. Yes, it's Free Speech Friday, but I'm taking away your free speech rights. So move on. Have a good day. All right. So anyway, I think we've officially closed the loop. I'm not going to say this necessarily. Close the loop on Howard Nutlick, but can we really just ignore the fact that this guy flat out fucking lied and got caught? And he's in the administration. Don't forget the administration that is protecting predators, right? Full-blown protection of predators, because many of the predators are in the cabinet, right? Don't forget, Kevin Warsh is a name that doesn't get talked about enough. Kevin Warsh is Trump's new nominee to be the Fed chair. He's in the files. But again, let's bring in the woman, Hillary, to testify about allegations of crimes that men have committed. Those same men are not the ones that are being forced to testify. Make that make sense. Mike, you're not coming up. You have nothing to say, Mike. Change your username, come back with and be an adult and not be an idiot and have a stupid ass username like Mike Hunt. Okay? I see you because you know why, Mike? I see you. It's because I'm smarter than you are and I can see through your games. In fact, everybody in this space is smarter than you are. Although that's not saying much, but this is still the smartest chat on TikTok. You're not coming up, Mike. You can stop requesting because I'm not bringing you up. So thanks. So move on. All right. Let's take a bit of a detour for just a second. Again, you're not coming up, Mike. Okay? It's not happening. You can just stop requesting. You're not coming up. You're probably not used to somebody telling you no. Maybe you should try taking no for an answer because you're not coming up. So there is a story, and thank you, Brooke, for sharing the story as we kind of talk about some good news on occasion. Reviving grand midwives and community-based birth care in Maryland. Long before hospitals were accessible to many black families in Maryland, grand midwives were delivering babies, supporting mothers, and sustaining entire communities. During segregation, when black women were often denied care in hospitals, community midwives stepped in. Their work was rooted in tradition, in faith, and necessity, and advocates say it saved many lives. The history of midwifery, I believe it's technically referred to as midwifery. Midwifery is a part of a long human story of Taiwo Adeleo Ayo, Taiwoadeloyeajao, advocacy director for Arise Black Midwife. Midwifery is not a new thing. From the beginning of time, midwives have been out there, she said. The practice traces back to West Africa, where birth work was sacred and deeply respected. That tradition carried through slavery and into black communities across the South and in Maryland. It was documented in the 1952 film All My Babies, which followed a Georgia midwife serving families in her community. Ms. Ajao said the role of grand midwives in American history is often overlooked. Quote, "We know America was birthed by those grand midwives even during the time of slavery. Grand midwives were the ones providing that support and really birthing families regardless of racial differences." By the early 1900s, childbirth in Maryland had become increasingly regulated. Licensing requirements and federal policies, including the Shepherd-Towner Act of 1921, reshaped maternal care and led to the decline of many black midwives. Jael Maraj, a midwifery graduate awaiting board certification, believes racial discrimination played a significant role. More than a century later, disparities in maternal health remain stark. According to the Center for Disease Control, CDC, black women die from pregnancy-related causes at rates more than 3 times higher than white women. Their infants face mortality rates more than double the national average. Mirage says research shows culturally aligned care can improve outcomes in cities like Baltimore. Baltimore has a high maternal mortality rate, as the studies show that having culturally congruent care makes a difference. For Baltimore mother Alicia Sneed, that kind of care shaped her own birth experience. She chose to work with a midwife. She said seeing a provider who shared her cultural background created an immediate sense of trust. Even with any culture, when you see someone of your culture, you walk into the room and you know there are some things that they understand that someone who is not of your culture doesn't understand. She described the experience as empowering and collaborative. Quote, "My birth was coordinated by me, but managed by a caring practitioner." Advocates say today's revival of black midwifery builds on the work of women like Mama Claudia, a grand midwife who served families throughout Washington, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia, and traveled to Baltimore to provide in-home support. She was the grand midwife in the DMV, and she would come to Baltimore and support families in their homes here in Baltimore. Arise Black Midwife, an initiative connected by 2 Hello Baby events, was inspired in part that legacy was, Arise Black Midwife, an initiative connected to Hello Baby events, was inspired in part by that legacy. Interest in community-based birth centers grew during COVID-19. As hospitals reached capacity and visitor restrictions limited support systems, more families looked for alternatives. 2020 was known as the year of the midwife because while hospitals were full or couldn't take more people, or you couldn't have your families and communities. Midwives were coming back into the home. Advocates say the legacy of grand midwives is not simply a chapter of history. As maternal health disparities persist, they argue that community-rooted, culturally informed care could be a path forward. Black women birthing America, literally. Said it before, I'll say it again. Can we let Black women lead? Please. I love that story. Thank you for sharing that with us, Brooke. I appreciate it. Okay. We have to talk about this EO that's circulating about the president using executive powers to change the law, basically. So there's reporting from the New York Times. They've been talking about it. Lots of companies have been talking about it. Lots of news agencies have been talking about it in particular. The idea behind it is that the president wants to use executive power based on threats of national security to infiltrate our elections. Well, let's go through the story, shall we? So it was reported on last night by ABC, and then I've got a follow-up for you.
Year, and with Republicans holding very slim majorities in the House and the Senate, ABC News has now learned President Trump has reviewed a draft executive order that would involve him declaring a national emergency, potentially giving him sweeping power over voting in this country. So let's get right to Mary Bruce tonight. She's live at the White House. Mary, what have you learned?
Well, David, with the midterms now fast approaching and with Republicans holding those small majorities in Congress, tonight we have learned that President Trump has reviewed this draft executive order urging him to declare a national emergency that would give him broad power over voting. Sources say a group of pro-Trump attorneys are circulating a draft claiming without evidence that China interfered in the 2020 election, arguing that would justify declaring a national emergency that would then allow the president to mandate voter ID, hand-counted ballots, and ban mail-in ballots. Now, it is not clear if the president is going to accept this proposal, but we do know that he is considering executive action to impose stricter voting rules. But, David, the Constitution gives states, not the federal government, the power to run elections. David.
Mary, you'll continue to watch this for sure. Thank you. Now,
so, yeah. I want to follow up on that story. Let me just take a quick break here. I'll be right back.
End up leaning. You don't need a cape just to help someone win. Do something simple, do something true. Make a sandwich for a friend, hold the door for someone too. Facts still matter. It starts with you. Check on your neighbor, share what you can do. One small action turns into a wave. Do something today, be the change that you crave. Facts still matter. It starts with you. Facts still matter. It starts with you.
To the Post, dance break. So there's been we've talked about this for a long time about how they're absolutely going to try to do everything they can because they know they're going to get hammered in the elections. And this is just, more of the same. Well, here's the funny thing about this. So Democracy Docket, for those of you who don't know the name Mark Elias, it's spelled E-L-I-A-S, his group, Democracy Docket, they are people that will probably never be remembered in history like they should. Mark Elias's legal firm were front and center in defending our democracy back in 2020. He's an amazing person. I've read a lot about him. This guy, you're right, Rhino. He's the fucking GOAT. Well, his website, his organization talked about this, right? They're the ones that are now sort of calling it out. Anti-voting activists coordinating with the White House on blatantly illegal draft emergency order to take control of elections. So he piggybacked on the story reported by the New York Times and the Washington Post. A draft emergency executive order. This story is going to tell you how stupid the people in this administration are, okay? A draft emergency order to declare a national emergency to allow the president to take unprecedented control over voting is being circulated by anti-voting activists who said they are in coordination with the White House. Voting rights experts, democracy advocates, and at least one state election chief said Trump doesn't have the authority to claim such powers, and any attempt would be blatantly unconstitutional. The draft order, which is said to be based on a conspiracy theory that China interfered with the 2020 election, would allow Trump to unilaterally ban mail-in ballots and voting machines on the basis that they are susceptible to foreign interference. Let's pause there for just a second. Who was president in 2020? Oh, yeah. That guy, the orange guy. So let's see. So we want to put the person back in power whose administration was in charge when they claim that China interfered? What? Huh? Is that why Tulsi Gabbard was in Georgia? Maybe. Right? Pulling that conspiracy thread a little bit. Is that why she was there? Is that why she was in Georgia? Because China interfered? Okay. Anyway, the draft order, which is said to be based on a conspiracy that China interfered, would allow Trump to unilaterally ban mail-in ballots and voting machines on the basis that they are susceptible to foreign interference. Friends, I want you to keep this in mind. Okay? I'm pulling it. Jesus, Tully, you got me, man. I want people to keep in mind, it's an executive order, right? It's not law. My concern is that people will either hear about it or see it or read it and then feel like their vote is not secure. That is by design. That to me, this is the goal. It's not going to stand a chance. It's not going to pass. And I can give you some specific reasons in just a second, proving how stupid these people actually are. The order comes from MAGA activists who have been coordinating with the White House. One of the advocates for the order is Peter Ticktin, Ticktin, the attorney for Tina Peters. You know who Tina Peters is, you guys? Tina Peters is in jail in Colorado, full-blown fucking election denier. Okay? She is one of the craziest of the crazy that's out there. Trump wanted to get her moved to a federal prison so that she could be pardoned. Governor of Colorado, Jared Polis, said, not on my watch, not happening. Colorado or Arizona? I think she's in Colorado, right? Yeah, she's in Colorado. Yeah, not on my watch, not happening. So that's part of it. And this guy represents her. The former GOP Colorado County clerk who is currently serving a 9-year state prison sentence for her role in a 2021 voting system breach in an attempt to find voter fraud based on election conspiracies. The Elections Clause of the U.S. Constitution explicitly gives states, not the president, sole authority over elections. Yeah, you're right. No, this is nuts, this whole thing. Day in the life. But in an email to Democracy Docket, Ticktin said that Trump, quote, may invoke emergency powers in response to an election emergency involving foreign interference, provided certain statutory and procedural requirements are met. Ticktin said those requirements derive from the National Emergencies Act, NEA, and wait a minute, and wait for it. The International Emergency Economic Powers Act, IEPA. IEPA is what the Trump administration attempted to use to invoke tariffs under the premise of an international and economic emergency. And what did the Supreme Court say? No. Nada. Niet. Ain't gonna happen. This is how pathetically stupid these people are. That's why I say, pay attention to it. Don't ignore it because it's out there, right? But this is what they're going to attempt to do. And again, I say this. If they were so confident that their legislative agenda, their policies were what's best for the American people, then they wouldn't have to do things like this. They wouldn't attempt to try to suppress the vote of women in marginalized communities by passing the SAVE Act, of which John Thune has already said, we're not changing the filibuster. We don't have the votes. Not going to happen. SAVE Act is dead on arrival. It's not going to pass. Okay? So why would you try to, again, continue to cheat? So you're going to try to use something that the Supreme Court said you can't use? These powers are subject to procedural safeguards and judicial review to ensure compliance with constitutional and statutory limits. What's the emergency? The president during the State of the Union said, we are the hottest country on earth. We are breaking records. But the Dow, trillions of dollars invested, success here, success there, the greatest economy ever. How is it then an emergency? The answer is, it's not. It's not an emergency. Nothing to see here. There is no emergency. MAGA, your president is lying to you again. MAGA, your president thinks you're stupid. Just keep that in mind. Glad we had this talk. These powers are subjected to procedural safeguards and judicial review to ensure compliance. Trump could have been referencing the legal argument laid out in the draft emergency order in a social media post earlier this month, where he threatened to bypass Congress to implement voter ID requirements and to ban mail-in voting. Quote, I have searched the depths of legal arguments not yet articulated or vetted on this subject and will be presenting an irrefutable one in the very near future, Trump wrote. He later posted that, quote, be presenting them shortly in the form of an executive order. Quote, what a gift such a clearly unconstitutional executive order would be, said David Becker, the executive director of Center for Election Innovation and Research and a former DOJ Civil Rights Division attorney, noted on social media. Though divorced from legal and factual reality, it would enable the courts to invalidate this power grab well in advance of the election and confirm the clear limits to interference in elections. The Constitution is absolutely clear. Michael Nolte, policy director of the pro-democracy group Issue 1, said in a statement, the president does not have legal authority to unilaterally change election rules. Any attempt by the White House to do so would contradict the Constitution and would almost certainly be struck down by the courts. Ned Foley, an election law scholar, noted it would take new federal legislation to give the president or any part of the federal executive branch that kind of authority over the conduct of congressional elections. In a statement, Colorado Secretary of State Jenna Griswold vowed to fight back if Trump were to attempt to seize control of voting machines with any such executive order. Quote, Donald Trump continues to be one of the greatest threats to American elections. Regardless of whether this suggested executive order ultimately materializes, every American, regardless of party or ideology, should be extremely concerned by Trump's continued use of lies and conspiracy to justify attempts to seize the reins of elections. This is not democracy. This is authoritarianism. Yes, it is. So here's the hypothetical, MAGA. That's too difficult a word. Here's a little game we'll play. Okay? I want you to imagine this scenario, that under President Ocasio-Cortez, when Madam President decides to make a post on her social media account saying that I am going to use my power as the president to declare an emergency, taking over all federal elections so that in the future only Democrats will win. You would be losing your collective mind. Notice I didn't say minds, collective mind. You would be losing your shit. And you know what? And here's the difference between us and you. We would too. Because we know that that is unconstitutional. Because we know that states run their votes. There is no election fraud to the scale that you've been told. There is none. We went through the numbers yesterday. The Carriage Foundation has been studying this for years, and they found 10 instances of undocumented citizens voting. 2 billion votes cast in that time, and 10. Not 100,000, as my daughter used to say when she was little. Not 10,000, not 1,000, not 100, but 10. There is no election integrity issues. There is none. There is no widespread fraud in Medicare and Medicaid unless you're talking about people in your party that have done it. There is no massive crime spree perpetrated by undocumented immigrants. No. What's the number? 70% in detention don't even have a criminal record. Do you understand how much you are just being lied to every single day? And then I go back to the conversation I had with the pastor, the preacher from yesterday. He's been indoctrinated himself. He at least admitted it. Right? He said that, well, yeah, good point, happily. We know that Elon Musk perpetrated election fraud or attempted to in Georgia, right? This pastor, father, grandfather, great-grandfather, his patriarchy, the church is definitely in his head thinking that women shouldn't lead. And I'll say this to the MAGA boys that are in here. Fellas, you're subs. You're beta subs. You don't ever want to admit it with your friends, but you want to be led by women. You need to be led by women. You should be led by women. We should all be led by women. Quite frankly, we would be better off. You MAGA boys who just when you get the sniffles, you melt down, you would have health care. You wouldn't have to worry about it. You could cry in the corner. Then you could get in your car, or you could have your leader, wife, or partner drive you to the hospital, and then you wouldn't have to worry about paying the bill. Sorry, but that's reality. You're just being lied to at every fucking turn of every second of every day about everything. And yet, here you are, defending predators. And now your president is telling you he's just going to take over federal elections? Where are my states' rights champions? Do states' rights only apply when women's bodies are on the line? Apparently so. You would be opposed to any kind of government overreach. You're all about small government, but you don't give a shit about small government. You think you're in this, you think that Republican-led Trump-era policies are in it for you. Well, guess what? We've got a little bit of data from this is from the ITEP, right? This is the Tax Policy Foundation. What they do is they spend their time investing in exploring the impact of tax policy. So this is the tax change by income group in the U.S. for 2026, part of the One Big Beautiful Bill. Okay? What this is here is these are the various tax brackets. You don't get a tax break in Trump's economy unless you make $361,000 a year. You can see it. Here you go. These are all tax increases across the board for all of us, right? We're all over here. People like Howard Nutlick and others are up here. MAGA, did you know this? Are you all up here? Are you all making bank? Are you the richest 1%? I doubt it. Are you in the next 4%? I doubt that too. $361,000 is where you get your first tax break. The rest of us, we're flipping the bill. But 10 cents a gas and gallon, 10 cents a gallon in gas. How do you want to explain this? Anybody? Because we know you talk a big game. You all tell us that, you're making bank with your business, but you're driving around like a 1984 F-150 with truck nuts on it that's got a rusted bed, and you expect us to believe that you're up in this category here? Thank you. You're not. You're just not. This is from ITEP. You can look this up. Here you go. You can see the header. Tax change by income group in the U.S. This is a continuation of the TCJA. So what happened the first time? Now it gets worse. It's getting worse. And you're voting for it. And you're listening to James Comer lie to you. And Pam Bondi lie to you. And the president lied to you. When the Based on my conversation yesterday, I think there's hope for some, but there has to be a willingness, right? I'm not going to break bread. That conversation happened yesterday was organic. That's just one of those things. Right place, right time. If I'd had my mittens on, it wouldn't have happened because he would not have seen the nails. But apparently the strong ass alphas in the chat are so fucking beta that they're triggered by it. I don't normally do this, but I'm going to do this right now because I still see some of you chirping. Queens, this is for you. Do you like the nails? One in the chat if you do. Just a little experiment, MAGA. Just a little experiment. If you like them, just put a 1 in the chat, okay? You see? But instead, you are so up in your fucking feelings that you are missing what's happening. You have been conditioned to think that this means something, that it's that whatever triggers you in your own beta self, your sub self, you feel like it's necessary for you to chime in and say, "Oh, look at the guy with the nails. You lose your man card." Do you think I give a fuck? I'm 58 years old. I got a bad back. And I'm about to be an empty nester. Do you think I fucking care? Do you think I give a shit about that? I mean, come on. Which again, every single day, it just proves that we're all subs because we are. And the gentleman that I had that conversation with kind of proved it in a way. When he has that conversation with his grandchildren, his granddaughters, his grandsons, right? And when I gave him that example, I said, you're going to talk to the 9 of them and you're going to tell your grandsons that they have a more prominent place in society than your granddaughters do. So, yeah. How do you want to be remembered? Thank you, JJ. JJ said that my man card is huge. I'll leave that right there. I just want, fellas, I'm just asking you just to understand what it is that you're doing and how you're contributing to the patriarchy and why it's so damaging. Yes. Jesus, got me again. We often talk in this space how damaging the patriarchy is to women, and it is. Obviously, we know that, but it's damaging to men too because of what we've just seen in the comments this morning, right? That you're so bothered by something like this. Why? Why does it bother you? Why? It was never, to be honest, this was never intended to make a point. It's just something that I get pleasure from. But it's making a point. Ironically, again, that conversation would have never happened yesterday without this. And I'm happy it did. I really am. But I don't care. I'm confident in myself. I know who I am. I don't give a fuck. I really don't. So why then are you spending any time on it? Why are you so fragile? Why are you so insecure? Why are you so beta? It doesn't have to be that way. And it also connects me to my kid, right? Because it's something she did for me all the time when I was little. Or when she was little, I should say. But why? Why make it such a big deal? I don't get it. I'll never understand that. I don't know why it has to be this thing for you when you're getting lied to and ripped off every single day. Blue Granny, how are you today?
I'm fine. I just want to make a quick point about the nail polish.
Sure.
About a year ago, I mentioned to my granddaughter, I said, hey, if you're ever in a situation where it looks like it could be dangerous, go straight to the man, the grown man, wearing nail polish. And what she said is what's actually the biggest part of this. She's 14, and she said, no, duh, Grandma, all of us already know this.
I like that. That's good messaging. I mean, we also have to keep in mind that it's all men until it's no men. Sure, no doubt. But I think that's an interesting approach. I like that.
So I just wanted to point that out for anyone who thinks that wearing nail polish is not or is the beta. It's not. And even to young girls, they realize that those are the safe, those are the closest to safe that you can get in a bad situation.
I appreciate you saying that, Granny. I really appreciate you saying that. Thanks for that reminder. Thanks for jumping in.
Thank you.
I appreciate you. You got it. Have a good day. See, so gentlemen, what you don't know, I think what a lot of you are missing, this is a girl dad thing, and I'll try to keep my shit together, but, girl dads are important. Boy dads are important too. But girl dads have this, I see it as a responsibility. Like, there's no bigger fan of my daughter on this earth than me. And I think there's opportunities, fellas, to keep that in mind as you're sending your daughters out into the world, right? The confidence that they have, knowing that their dad's got their back and their dad sees them as the most iconic, amazing human being there is. Yeah, I know dads are important. Of course, that goes without saying. But in particular, girl dads, especially as we fight through the patriarchy, right? It's just so incredibly important. If there's things that you can, like, think about the conversations that you should have with your daughters, right? I am grateful that my daughter shares everything with me. Some things I don't want her to share, quite frankly, but she does. And that's not about me. It's not about her. It's just that's about the relationship that we have. So if you're going to come into a live and you're going to be triggered by nail varnish, what does that say about you? It doesn't say anything about me. It says something about you. And I know that we've got a big fight in our hands, and it's not missed on me every single day that it's all men until it's no men. I get that. But boys, you got some work to do. You really do. Your heart could be in the right place, right? And it could be. We could be aligned in lots of things, but there's always going to be these microaggressions connected to misogyny and racism, right? And a lot of it starts with young men and what they're taught and how they're taught it. And just the little things, like you're told that you're a heartbreaker, and how the whole, what toys should you play with? Nature versus nurture. Just get the script out of your head. I mean, just get the script out of your head. It's not necessary. Just let your kids, be their champion, be their hero. You're right, Ash. You want to talk about that? You can if you want to, but that's a great point. Why do we, again, we position this, we're responsible for that, fellas. We're the ones that are responsible for it. We got to learn from that, right? And I know now not everything has to be political, but we're in this trap now where so many people are triggered by fucking color. Like, what? Did you grow up in the 80s? Did you watch any band that was on stage at any point in the 80s? Did it bother you then? I guarantee it didn't. I guarantee you thought it was cool as shit. Hairspray, big fucking hair, skinny as shit, makeup everywhere, nail varnish. Like, what? I mean, come on. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm about to actually go live here shortly. Did you know that nail polish was actually what warriors wore as a sign of? It's just so silly because also these gender prescriptions have changed over years, right? Men used to wear heels, wigs, and dresses.
Yeah.
So
varnish,
who's to say?
Invented for warriors. It was a sign of virility.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all I wanted to say is just that, like, it's silly because it changes over time anyway. Yeah. So do what you want.
It does.
Paint your nails.
Do what you want. Exactly. Do what you want. You're going live. We'll raise you. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you, friend. Talk to you later. All right. Bye. It's a great point. Anyway, it's not meant to be anything other than just fucking being confident, right? Just be yourself. Just be yourself. Don't deal with the script. Because the more people that can be themselves, fellows, the more influence we can have on others, right? Like, I don't expect this pastor that I spoke to yesterday to suddenly start painting his nails at 74, but I do. It was interesting because we connected on so many things, you know, dude to dude, man to man, guy to guy, father to father, right? And maybe that just kind of got into his brain a little bit. So when I show up at his sermon, I am going to be colored. And it's probably going to invoke conversation. And I hope he perhaps references it, or I will shake his hand at the end of his sermon. And then maybe people in the chat, or in the congregation will see it. And maybe that's going to, maybe people will ask questions. I don't know. I just thought it was an interesting exercise, I guess. Anywho, I digress. All right, I've got a few other things I want to play for you guys this morning. Let me see here. Deepak Chopra is another name that has recently popped up in the e-files. We all know Deepak Chopra. Let me just play the sound. This has been reported by CNN. And here we go. Hang on a second. Let me just bring this back up.
Friendship. God is a construct. Cute girls.
Hold on. This is from some of the emails that were captured in the e-files. Okay. They're reading some of the text from one of the emails.
Grateful for our friendship. God is a construct. Cute girls are real. These are just two of the hundreds of messages that best-selling author and wellness guru Deepak Chopra once wrote to his friend Jeffrey Epstein. After the Justice Department's recent release of the Epstein files, Chopra wrote on X, "I was never involved in, nor did I participate in any criminal or exploitative conduct. Any contact I had was limited and unrelated to abusive activity. Some past email exchanges have surfaced that reflect poor judgment in tone." CNN's review of the two men's correspondence shows that they were in frequent contact between 2016 and 2019. At least twice, Chopra invited Epstein to bring his, quote, girls on trips. "If you want, use a fake name. Bring your girls," he wrote to Epstein in 2017, asking him to come to Israel. The same year, Chopra encouraged Epstein to come to Switzerland, quote, "with your girls." CNN is not able to confirm if Epstein went on these trips, and it's also not clear the age of the girls that the two men were discussing. Chopra affectionately signed some of his messages to Epstein with love or XO, and messages indicate Chopra visited Epstein at the convicted child sex offenders' homes in New York City, West Palm Beach, and Paris. The two men were also in touch in the months leading up to Epstein's arrest in 2019. Epstein complained about the bad press that he was receiving, and Chopra responded by encouraging him to meditate. Chopra has denied any criminal conduct, and the presence of one person's name in the Epstein files is not indicative of wrongdoing.
But their answer is always the same, and yet the emails that we find contradict all of it. So I would keep saying, this is so fucking big. I want to be careful how I say this. If there's anything good that comes from this, it's exposing how deep it is. To me, that's what I think, right? Yeah, exactly, Sacred. It's the same story. It's the same verse. Wasn't me. I didn't do it. Like, they're referencing girls. I mean, I've read some stuff in the past from Deepak Chopra, right? He's part of the wellness coalition, so to speak. It's just so deep. This goes so deep. It's just a global network of predators preying on children, girls and boys, preying on them like they're property, like they're experiment, like they're petri dishes. How can anybody have kids and not see how just absolutely diabolical this is? And why wouldn't conservatives in particular, especially pro-life conservatives, why are you not standing in front of us demanding justice? Why? Why are you not seeing it? Why are you working so hard to just push it away? All these people being held accountable. All these people. All of them. Every single one. I mean, you heard James Comer say, oh, yeah, well, the president's answering questions in front of the press. You are obviously protecting him. Obviously. Let me find this other piece of sound that I wanted to play on that topic. Where's it? I'm going to play sound from Alan Dershowitz because this explains it. And this is how the desensitizing of this entire thing goes, right? So I'm going to play two things. First, I played this sound a little bit yesterday, right? He's being asked by, this is a famous interview that he did with Piers Morgan. Well, here you go. And this explains what they're attempting to do. I'm just going to desensitize this entire thing, okay?
Jeffrey Epstein just had a completely different life that he just did not tell you about. And it may also have included being a spy. I mean, clearly.
Telling me that he worked for the Mossad would have given him a get-out-of-jail-free card. I could have gotten him no jail time. If he had told me he worked for the Mossad, for the CIA, it would have been a slam dunk for me to go to whoever I had to go to, even up to the President of the United States, and I would have gotten him a deal with no time at all.
Hang on a second. You mean if he'd said he was working with the Mossad or CIA, then he would get off being a pedophile?
That's right.
Alan Dershowitz's name is all over these things about accepting massages. So think about that. Alan Dershowitz telling you that if Jeffrey had just told him that he was an agent for the Mossad, he could have gotten him off. Even though he's a pedophile? Yep. It gets worse.
Call him a pedophile.
Here's Dershowitz again. It gets worse. Part of the same interview series. It gets worse, if you can imagine that.
Happened. He hated
but if you have any sexual relations with a minor, yeah, but Alan, if you, I mean, talk about quibbling, but if you have sexual relations with a minor, you're a pedophile.
No.
Right? That's the question. If you have sexual relations with a minor, you are a pedophile.
With a minor, yeah, but Alan, if you, I mean, talk about quibbling, but if you have sexual relations with a minor, you're a pedophile.
No, well, I don't want to fight with that because you can call him whatever you want. That's fine. You call him a pedophile, but no medical doctor, no psychologist will tell you that a 17-year-old, 10-month woman who's taking money to give massages is subject to the other person being called a pedophile. But let's not get into that. Call him a pedophile. That's fine. He pleaded guilty to charges of having sex for money with a minor. Yes, he did that. And he did much worse than that. And he was a despicable human being who deserves no pity whatsoever. But that doesn't give anybody license to simply lie about what happened. For example, one of the papers in Israel, when talking about Ehud Barak, said he was convicted of having sex with a 14-year-old. No, he wasn't. He was investigated for that. And the investigation terminated with no prosecution for a 14-year-old. Did he have sex with a 14-year-old? I have no idea. Maybe the prosecution has an idea. Maybe it's true. Maybe it's not. But it's not true that he was convicted of that. Never.
Well, that's not the whole story, though, is it, Alan? Because the entire story, if you pay attention to this shit, was a 53-page federal indictment that included name after name after name after name of survivors who were, in fact, a lot younger than 17. And by the way, Alan, 17 years and 10 months is still a fucking minor, you pathetic piece of fucking shit. Desensitizing it, right? Alan Dershowitz, a prominent attorney and Harvard Law professor emeritus, had a significant professional connection to J.E. as one of Epstein's lawyers. He represented Epstein in negotiating the controversial 2008 non-prosecution agreement. So, Alan, we see you because you know, flat out, that the charges against him would have put him in fucking jail for life. And you know what, Alan? You, along with Alex Acosta, along with Jay Lefkowitz, are responsible for that fucking monster getting out of jail for 12 hours a day so that he could go back and commit more crimes. And now you want to tell people, well, if he was an agent of Mossad, if I had known that, I could have got him off entirely. Really? That's the argument you want to make now? Really? Yeah, exactly. Megyn Kelly. That's a good point. Mods, can you guys find me that chat, the Megyn Kelly quote when she talked about how it's not like they were 8. And I'll play that now because we need to make sure that we hammer that fucking home. I want to thank Adam Tees for a super chat. A 42-year-old two-time Iraqi war vet dad with 2 kids working as an automotive tool builder. I'm proud of my light blue toenails. Yes, you are, Adam. You're damn right you are, bro. Good for you. Hearts in the chat for Adam. Super chat from YouTube. Thank you very, very much. We have to. This is the part that I'm really struggling with this entire thing. Is how we have become. It's normalized, right? This abuse, this corruption, these lies, all this bullshit. It's become normalized and then desensitized. These are children. They're it's even a stretch to call them, they're children. They're children. And Alan Dershowitz, whose name is all over these files, all over them, is like, yeah, if I had known he was an agent for Mossad, I could have got him off. Here you go. Thank you, Jess. Jess, our queen, who joined us earlier in our conversation. Here you go. This is Megyn Kelly. This is Megyn Kelly talking about it. Hold on a second. It's muted.
He liked 15-year-old girls. I don't know what's true about him, his view, who was there for a lot of this, but that he was into the barely legal type. Like he liked 15-year-old girls. I don't know what's true about him, but we have yet to see anybody come forward and say, I was I was under 10. I was under 14 when I first came within his purview. You can say that's a distinction without a difference.
No, it's not.
I think there is a difference. Yeah. There's a difference between a 15-year-old and a 5-year-old. Yeah. It's just whatever.
Yes, Megyn, there is a difference between being 15 and 5. Thanks for letting us know. But they're still fucking minors. Megyn. They're still minors. They're still fucking children.
Sick. Every time we start talking about Epstein, it makes your skin crawl, right? The whole thing is just disgusting.
Totally.
What in the hell? You got to be under 10 to be preyed upon by a grown man? No, that's not the definition at all.
At best, it was just a completely stupid, ignorant thing to say from somebody who knows nothing about any of it, doesn't understand, having worked with survivors, how they groom people, how they go after people. But it also, at worst, sounded like, despite the protestation, like creating some kind of permission structure. Oh, it's okay because they weren't under 10. I mean, if you've seen some of I think when we look at these young women now, they're women, but they were girls when this happened.
Yeah. But nothing to see here, right? It's totally fine. It's totally fine. Well, she might have looked old enough. They're children. I don't know. I don't know what to do. I don't know. People. It's one thing for the indoctrinated cult members to just follow along. They're just hypnotized. But there are people in government who know what happened. They got the goods on Trump. They fucking know. They know the amount of lies they told. They know how deep the cover up grows. Right? They know. They know how big it is. They understand it. They see it. They know what's at stake. And they're covering it up. And you can't deny it. Businesses, communities, governments around the world are now in the process of holding some of their own accountable. But not here.
That's something you're planning?
But not here. Nope, not here. I've got a list for you. I'll go through it. Are you angry enough? Are you sure? Are you angry enough? Where's the list? Hang on a second. Let's start with resignations and arrests. Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, former prince and member of the British royal family, arrested and released on bail over alleged misconduct linked to his relationship with J.E. Sarah Ferguson, former wife of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor and Duchess of York, maintained contact with Epstein after his conviction. Her charity has since been shut down. Peter Mandelson, former British ambassador, arrested and released on bail over alleged sharing of sensitive government documents with Epstein. Crown Princess of Norway, Mette Marit, exchanged hundreds of emails with Epstein, later issued a public apology. Thorbjorn Jagland, former Prime Minister of Norway and former Secretary General of the Council of Europe, charged with aggravated corruption over ties revealed in Epstein files. And there was rumors that he may have attempted to take his own life recently because of his connections. Terje Rod Larsen and Mona Huel, both members of the couple are Norwegian diplomats and politicians under corruption investigation following revelations of financial links to Epstein. Miroslav Yashlik, former president of the UN General Assembly and former security advisor to Slovakia's prime minister, resigned as security advisor after emails showed meetings arranged with Epstein. Jack Lang, former culture minister, under financial crimes investigation in France following reporting on his association with Epstein. Industry leaders and academics like Brad Karp, for example, lawyer, former chairman of Paul Weiss, Rifkin, Wharton, and Garrison Law Firm, stepped down as a law firm chairman after emails revealed ties to Epstein. Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem, former DP World Chair and CEO, resigned as DP World Chairman after thousands of emails with Epstein surfaced. He's the guy that was part of the video, the email thread that said, loved the torture video. That guy. Yeah. David A. Ross, former chair of the master's program at the School of Visual Arts, resigned from his academic post after emails showed his friendship with Epstein. Kathy Rumler, former chief of legal office at Goldman Sachs, stepped down from Goldman Sachs after scrutiny over exchanges and gift links to Epstein. She was infatuated with him. This is, again, most of these are all after he was convicted when they're all aware of the fucking crimes. Joanna Rubinstein, former UNHCR Sweden chair, resigned after documents revealed she visited Epstein's private island. Thomas Pritzker, former executive chairman Hyatt Hotels, resigned as Hyatt executive chairman after emails showed continued correspondence with Epstein. Thomas Magnani and Letty Moss Salentine, Columbia University professors, investigated by Columbia University over emails linked to Epstein, administrative duties revoked. The list goes on and on and on and on. But not in our country. Nope, not in our government. A cabinet loaded with people who are connected to these files. Loaded with it. Where's the justice? Nobody's been prosecuted. Where is the justice? We bring in Hillary Clinton, force a woman to testify to discuss crimes allegedly committed by men, the same men that are not being forced to testify. Make that make fucking sense. I am so fucking angry about this shit, man. I feel like I get through the day and I'm like, okay, things are happening. But every time I start talking about it, it just, we have to be angry. We have got to be more angry, and we have to demand justice. And my fear is that they're going to get away with it. They're just going to get away with it. Which then brings us back to harm reduction. Harm reduction. You're going to be faced on election day. You may not have your candidate of choice. All right? What are you going to do? You don't show up, there's no chance of any of these people being held accountable. Would you rather take, you've got a choice to decide. No chance or some chance. Roughhouse Genetics. It's kind of an interesting comment. If you vote left, you'll have nothing left. Ah, Indio, this is so sweet. Here's another great comment. Nice. But you guys are all sort of in your feelings today, aren't you? Is this conversation too hard for you? People like you, Indio? Is this conversation too difficult? Do you not want to hear the truth? That you are defending people? You are literally defending people who are covering up and protecting predators. Men who preyed on children. And you're up here using, ad hominem homophobic slurs towards me? Do you think I give a fuck, bro? Do you think I care? Do you think the people in the chat give a shit about your stupid ass fucking statements? What we care about are children. Girls and boys that have been abused, a network of abuse globally, of which the President of the United States' name is in it more than anybody else's. And he's lying to you, and you are up here throwing out insults? You don't care? You're going to be asked to make a decision someday. I don't know if you're a religious person, but you're going to be knocking on heaven's door. And you're going to have to face your maker. And you're going to be asked some questions, right? Did you defend predators? Well, I can look back and go through the Rolodex. Certainly seems like you did. Sorry, you're out of here. Or you just want to pray it away. Yeah, well, he's not convicted, so... I don't know. So sad. And so unnecessary. But that's MAGA for you. Okay, I meant to play this before. This was... we like I mentioned to you guys, we do need to make sure that we're still talking about the Trump's threats of executive orders regarding elections. J.D. Vance was pressed on that topic. He had an interesting answer here, I must say. But it's J.D., so he doesn't know shit.
Overturn the election results?
Mike Pence could have done more to sort of surface some of the problems in the 2020 election.
Would you not certify the election? Would you have not certified the election?
Well, I think that what I would have done, I mean, look, I happen to think that there were issues back in 2020, particularly in Pennsylvania. They just refused to actually decertify the election results in Pennsylvania. Do I think that...
Actually, no, JD. They certified a free and fair election in Pennsylvania. You are living in fucking delusion. You don't decertify, they certified because states run elections, JD. You fucking idiot.
We could have had a much more rational conversation about how to ensure that only legal ballots are cast. Yes. And do I think that Mike Pence could have played a better role? Yes.
He was asked to not certify it.
Sure.
So would you have certified? I'll ask you for the third
Again,
time.
I would have asked the states to submit alternative slates of electors and let the country have the debate about what actually matters.
Doesn't work that way, man. It doesn't work that way. You don't just get to create alternative slates of electors. That's what the fucking crime was, you dumbass. That's what the crime was. The crime was an unlawful slate of electors, the fake electors plot. That's what the fucking crime was, dude. You don't just get to say, well, you know what? Here's the official certification. Let's just come up with an alternative slate, which is exactly what the fucking crime was in 7 states. And now you're bringing it back up again. And suddenly it's China. And the fucking mouth breathers in here will think the same thing. The window lickers will think the same thing. Oh, 2020 stolen, talking about Biden. Okay. Sure. No problem.
And what kind of an election that we had.
You wouldn't have certified states, to be clear.
I would have asked the states to submit alternative slates of
I think
electors. That's what I would have done.
I would have asked the states to submit alternative slates? Based on what? Based on what? Just go ahead and do it? which goes back to the entire argument about how MAGA men in particular and men in general are just subs, because you'll just believe this shit. Right, based on all the evidence, right, Cammie? Exactly. You don't just get to do that. Secretaries of State's main job is the certification of elections in their state. They gather information from districts, they gather results, they certify the results, they sign off on it, and they send it to DC. That's how it works. You don't just get to be, you know what I should do? I should just create another set just in case they don't like the official certification. What J.D. Vance just did there is acknowledge a crime. You don't. Good boy. He acknowledged the crime. That's what the crime was. That's what the fake electors plot was. That's why, what's her name? The Kraken, Sidney Powell and Janet Ellis and everybody else, right? I'm destined for hell in DO? That's cool. Sinners have much more fun. No problem. Appreciate that. You'll be right there with me. But I'll be like telling people what you did. I'll just be there to bring the hot dogs. He just admitted to a crime. You don't just get to make up a slate of electors. It doesn't work that way. I know you want it to because you were told that. There is a cautionary tale here, though, because assuming that he is still the vice president, which I don't think he will be, I think Trump's going to either be removed and or resign or not live to the transfer of power day. Whoever the vice president is still going to have to certify the election. We've got a fight on our hands, right? Right? I'm sorry, Indio, you're done. I just can't anymore with your bullshit. You're out of here. Anyway. Box is open if anybody wants to come up and talk. Tell me what's on your mind. Let me see here. Did I get all these? I got through all those. Got through that one. Got through that one. Got through that one. Okay. You guys must know Incrediberry. His name is Adam. Actually, I see Rusty. I'll bring Rusty up. We'll talk first, and then we'll get into some more great sound. This will be great. You guys will appreciate this next segment. Good day, my friend. How are you?
So, I love you.
Yes, I do. Feelings mutual. You're muted.
Argument earlier, you were very impassioned, and you were spreading the word, and then you threw out the word Rolodex.
Good point.
I get it. Point. You get it. Point. And I think that we're the last ones to get it.
It's possible. It's possible. It's very possible. Yes. Yeah. Yes.
So,
I remember asking for Rolodex like for Christmas because I was obsessed with them.
I used to refer to the joke Rolodex, where I just whip off a joke and they say, well, how do you know? I've got a joke Rolodex. Nobody knows what the hell that means now.
True.
But,
That's true. Yeah.
I'm 1,000, you're 999, so,
998. Yep.
Yeah. I'm waiting for either one of us to go, you kids get out of my yard.
Well, that's your day. That's your exercise.
True. What's this music? I don't get it. Yeah. So.
Good point.
That was it. I just wanted to make you aware that language counts, man.
I appreciate you, my friend. Thanks for being here. You're a good man. I'll talk to you later. All right, bye. Yeah, that's true. It is Free Speech Friday. I'll take that. I'll own that. So I'm going to play this sound from Incrediberry. His name is Adam. He's great. One of the first creators that I followed. He was a big creator, and I remember when he followed me back, and I was like, it's awesome. I really respect this guy. So this is just an interesting, he calls this particular series Thoughts and Prayers. So here you go.
Everyone to another riveting edition of Thoughts and Prayers. Today's Thoughts and Prayers go out to this lovely New Jersey couple, Sandra and Latif Hafareu. Forgive me if I pronounce that wrong. They have been married for 15 years and are ardent Donald Trump supporters. They even attended one of his rallies in 2020. Sandra voted for Trump all 3 times. Latif supports Trump but never voted for him because he can't. He is an immigrant from Morocco. He has lived in the U.S. for 38 years with no criminal record and worked as a concierge at a Midtown Manhattan apartment building for 2 decades. He had always had a work visa sponsored by his employer, but after marrying Sandra in 2011, his authorization was renewed under a spousal petition while he continued to try to obtain permanent residency. Before his marriage, he had hired a lawyer to assist in getting residency. That lawyer happened to be running a fraud ring and was sentenced to prison. The lawyer never told Lateef about his immigration court hearing, so when Lateef didn't show up, a deportation order was issued. Lateef knew nothing about it. He continued renewing his work visas for years and filed a petition for alien relative after marrying Sandra. You know, he was doing it the right way. Until last August, when the couple went to the airport to fly to Florida on vacation and Lateef was detained by ICE. One time, in the New Jersey Detention Center, Lateef was ordered to sign over his rights and board a deportation flight. When he refused, he was put in solitary confinement for 10 days. Then he was shuffled around detention centers. From New Jersey to Louisiana to Arizona. Finally, a judge overturned the deportation order, and he was returned to New Jersey and released on $15,000 bond. The couple has spent an additional $50,000 on legal fees, and Lateef is stuck at home with an ankle monitor and unable to work. The arrest forced Sandra to reconsider everything she believed about Donald Trump and immigration enforcement. To think we were MAGA, Sandra proclaimed. Sandra voted for Trump 3 times, believing enforcement will focus on people with criminal records, not individuals like her husband. Asked what she would say to Trump now, she paused. You know, you said you were going after the worst of the worst, but instead, you ruined our life. The couple has started a GoFundMe because the fight has drained everything they have. Sandra, unfortunately, I can't contribute. Have you seen the cost of sliced cheese? But I will offer you something far more valuable. Thoughts and prayers.
By the way, I said a comment that was ableist. My apologies. The comment that I made in trying to describe someone and was never my intention to do that. But what I said was ableist, and I apologize for saying that. It's one of these circumstances, right, that we see a lot, quite frankly, where people, when we told them what was going to happen, you know, we flat out said it was going to happen, and sure enough, it happens to them. 3-time MAGA voters. Can't happen to me. But you were fine voting for what's happened to thousands of your fellow Americans and undocumented immigrants. You saw it happening to people every day. Go ahead, buddy. Good boy. Hang on one second. Hang on one second. Come here a second, please. It's vacation week. Let me just deal with some dad stuff real quick. Hang on a second. Okay. It's facial day. Not for me, although that does sound great. Again, it's another one of those examples. We told you this was going to happen. We flat out told you this was going to happen. It's going to happen. Told you. I don't feel bad for them. I want them to have health care. I really do. I want them to have health care. I don't want them to have to struggle to make ends meet, but I'm not going to donate to your GoFundMe. You had your choice. You had your choice. You chose poorly. Okay, a little good news. It is Free Speech Friday, so we're all over the place. There's a story about this is the great story. This is from People Magazine, and these are the kind of people that we want front lines for us, right? 86-year-old farmer rejects a $15 million offer to sell his land to a data center. Not interested in destroying my farms. Pennsylvania farmer Mervyn Robidaugh sold development rights to a land trust for $1.9 million instead. An elderly Pennsylvania man turned down an offer of more than $15 million to sell his land to a data center developer. In an interview published on February the 16th, Mervyn Robidaugh, 86, of Cumberland County, Pennsylvania, shared why he opted out of the $60,000 per acre the developers offered him for his 261 acres in an interview with the local Fox affiliate. Quote, I was not interested in destroying my farms, Robidaugh said, who has spent roughly 60 years farming in Silver Spring Township, told the news station. That was the bottom line. It really wasn't so much the economic end of it. I just didn't want to see these two farms destroyed. He also spoke with Pennsylvania Live about how the home and the land that it sits on hold a special place in his heart. When his mother died in his arms in the mid-1950s, she did so in the farmland on Green Hill Road, forcing him to lean into farming to take care of his family despite being a junior in high school at the time. I was responsible for milking those cows before I went to high school, and I missed 31 days my senior year, and they never missed me. I was that popular. Just kidding, Robidaugh quipped. But I loved it, he said. It's also the same home where he and his late wife, Anna Mae, raised their children. Robidaugh spoke with both the news outlets about the land's sentimental value, but added that another reason he refused to give in to the data center developers was because he cares about the future of farming. It breaks my heart to think of what's going to take place here, because only the land that's preserved here is going to be here. The rest of every square inch is going to get built on. The American farm family is definitely in trouble. After seeing new construction in his town, which drove some residents out, Robidaugh decided to sell the development rights to Silver Spring Township's land preservation program for just under $1.9 million per Penn Live. That gentleman's name is, one more time, Mervyn Robidaugh, Raudabaugh. He's 86 years old. That fucking guy. That guy. Nope. 86 years old. $15 million. Nope. I'm good. Exactly, Savage. That's doing something. That's big time doing something. I love that story. And our friend Sam is a farmer. And she's like, yep, he is us. And he is us. We are all Mervyn. Those are the stories that we need to hear more. And I'm going to do a better job of talking about those things more because it's incredibly important. Yes, he is your people, Sam. He's all of our people. That's awesome shit. I love that guy. And I'm going to see if I can track him down. I want to talk to him. That's my mission. Okay, what else here? Let's see here. I meant to cover this earlier this week. I don't know if you guys have heard this story. Do you remember when our president, in his daily efforts to lie to the American people, claimed that we are under threat of drugs from foreign lands, and then the contradiction because he pardoned the Juan Orlando Hernandez, the former Honduran president? Remember that? You guys remember that whole story? Well, after the former Honduran president was pardoned, ICE dropped its detainer on him, and he was whisked away to a luxury hotel in New York City. ProPublica reporting on this. For months, President Trump has railed against Latin American narco-terrorists flooding the U.S. with lethal poison. He's used the scourge of drug traffickers as a rationale for dozens of military strikes on alleged drug boats in the Caribbean and Eastern Pacific, which have left more than 140 people dead. Last month, Trump cheered a military assault by U.S. forces that captured Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife and brought them to the U.S. to face charges related to trafficking. Trump said, led a vicious cartel, Maduro that is, flooded our nation with lethal poison responsible for the deaths of countless Americans. But when it comes to former Honduran President Juan Orlando Hernandez, who was tried and convicted in the U.S. in 2024 and sentenced to 45 years in prison for taking bribes and allowing traffickers to export more than 400 tons of cocaine to the U.S., Trump has taken a decidedly softer tone. Hernandez, he said, has been treated very harshly and unfairly. So unfairly that on December the 1st, Trump pardoned the former president after he served less than 4 of those 45 years. But the federal government's magnanimity did not end there. On the day he was to be released, records show Hernandez had an immigration detainer, a request for law enforcement agencies to hold non-citizens for pickup by ICE. Here, too, the Trump administration's treatment of Hernandez differed from its public objectives. Other non-citizens caught up in recent immigration sweeps were sent packing. Not this guy. Nope. He got sent to a luxury hotel and given an expense account. Yeah. Fine. Nothing to see here. Nothing at all to see here. MAGA, again, question for you. Please explain. Hernandez did not just walk out of prison despite persistent budget and staffing shortages. Prison officials paid a specialized tactical team overtime to drive Hernandez from a high-security facility in West Virginia to the famed 5-star Waldorf Hotel in New York City, according to reports and 3 people familiar with the situation. Before he left, Hernandez was allowed to use the captain's government phone to talk to the federal prison system's deputy, who was convicted in a similar drug trafficking conspiracy before Trump pardoned him in 2021. Fine, right? That's totally fine. Nothing to see here. But the S&P. But the Dow. Yeah, Rainey, good point. Would he be considered an illegal? Why are we giving him a hotel room in the Waldorf? Yeah. And they can drop a blind man off 5 miles from his home as he freezes to death. We spent a lot of time yesterday talking about how this is a fight for humanity. And it is. Right? And what side are you going to be on? I know what side I'm on. I'm on the same side that you're on. Most of you in here. I'm going to play a little sound from Lawrence O'Donnell because this kind of wraps it up. And then depending on where we sit, I might end a little bit early, but who knows? Lawrence has been covering the e-files as he does. So let's listen to Lawrence preach. Thank you, Justin, for putting this in the chat.
Well, there is exactly one first lady in history who met sex trafficker and raper of children and good friend of Donald Trump, Jeffrey Epstein. And today, Republicans on the House Oversight Committee decided to question a former first lady who never met Jeffrey Epstein. Woo! Instead of the first lady currently occupying the White House, who was friends with Jeffrey Epstein and his convicted sex trafficking co-conspirator, Ghislaine Maxwell. Donald Trump's third wife was friends with both of them. The Epstein files contain emails from Melania Trump to Ghislaine Maxwell complimenting Ghislaine Maxwell. The Epstein files contain no communication at all between Hillary Clinton and Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell, but Republicans on the committee decided they wanted to subpoena Hillary Clinton. Where is their subpoena for Melania Trump, who actually knew Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell? Why aren't they asking Melania Trump? Did Donald Trump introduce you to Jeffrey Epstein, or did Jeffrey Epstein introduce you to Donald Trump? Why aren't they asking Melania Trump what she knew about Jeffrey Epstein? The Epstein files show the Palm Beach police chief saying that Donald Trump told him in 2006, quote, "Thank goodness you're stopping him. Everyone has known he's been doing this."
That part.
If true, that would mean that Donald Trump's wife at that time, Melania Trump, knew he was doing this.
Correct.
She would be included in Donald Trump's term, everyone.
Correct.
Melania Trump might have no useful information to provide to the committee, but she did meet Jeffrey Epstein. She was friends with Jeffrey Epstein. She was friends with Ghislaine Maxwell. And it is possible that she knew something. According to her husband, everyone knew. Hillary Clinton, in a written opening statement to the committee today, made the point that not everyone who has been subpoenaed by the committee has been actually required to testify to the committee. The former Secretary of State, who was also a lawyer and worked on the Congressional Committee investigation of corrupt Republican President Richard Nixon at the beginning of her career, reminded the committee, quote, "You subpoenaed 8 law enforcement officials, all of whom ran the Department of Justice or directed the FBI when Epstein's crimes were investigated and prosecuted. Of those 8, only 1 appeared before the committee. 5 of the 6 former attorneys general were allowed to submit brief statements stating they had no information to provide. Hillary Clinton should have been offered exactly the same option. Secretary Clinton did provide the committee with a statement stating she had no information to provide, but the Republicans on the committee refused to accept that statement from her. The same kind of statement they accepted from other former cabinet officials. Secretary Clinton's opening statement was a masterful and thorough condemnation of the Republicans on the committee. She said, quote, "You have made little effort to call the people who show up most prominently in the Epstein files.
Yeah.
And when you did, not a single Republican member showed up for Les Wexner's deposition.
Correct.
The institutional failure is designed to protect one political party and one public official."
Yeah.
Secretary Clinton identified that public official by name repeatedly in her opening statement, saying, "You have compelled me to testify, fully aware that I have no knowledge that would assist your investigation in order to distract attention from President Trump's actions and to cover them up despite legitimate calls for answers. Ask him directly under oath about the tens of thousands of times he shows up in the Epstein files. Ask him directly under oath." That's right. Ask Donald Trump directly under oath about the accusation in the Epstein files that he assaulted and raped a child.
Yeah, that.
Secretary Clinton, as a former senator, knows how congressional committees should do their work. She told the Republicans on the committee, quote, "A committee run by elected officials with a commitment to transparency would ensure the full release of all the files. It would get to the bottom of reports that DOJ withheld FBI interviews in which a survivor accuses President Trump of heinous crimes. It would subpoena anyone who asked on which night there would be the wildest party on Epstein Island." Wow. The Epstein files revealed that Elon Musk asked Jeffrey Epstein that question. When are the Republicans going to subpoena Elon Musk and ask him if he ever went to the wildest party on Epstein Island? And ask him under oath. Make him answer that question under oath. And Secretary Clinton spoke authoritatively on the larger issue of sex trafficking, including the sex trafficking of children. She said, quote, "If you are new to this issue, let me tell you, Jeffrey Epstein was a heinous individual, but he's far from alone. This is not a one-off tabloid sensation or a political scandal. It's a global scourge with an unimaginable human toll. My work combating sex trafficking goes back to my days as First Lady. I worked to pass the first federal legislation against trafficking and was proud that my husband signed the Trafficking Victims Protection Act, which increased support for survivors and gave prosecutors better tools for going after traffickers." Let's hear from Melania Trump about what she has done in her position as First Lady about sex trafficking or anything else. Hillary Clinton described what she did as Secretary of State. "I oversaw nearly 170 anti-trafficking programs in 70 nations and directly pressed foreign leaders to crack down on trafficking networks in their countries. Every year, we published a global report to shine a light on abuses. The findings of those reports triggered sanctions by countries failing to make progress, so they became a powerful diplomatic tool to drive concrete action. I insisted that the United States be included in the report for the first time ever in 2011 because we must hold ourselves not just to the same standard as the rest of the world, but to an even higher one. Sex trafficking and modern slavery should have no place in America, none. Infuriatingly, the Trump administration gutted the Trafficking in Persons Office at the State Department, cutting more than 70% of the career civil and foreign service experts who worked so hard to prevent trafficking crimes. The message from the Trump administration to the American people and the world could not be clearer. Combating human trafficking is no longer an American priority under the Trump White House. That is a tragedy.
That part.
It's a scandal.
That part.
It deserves vigorous investigation and oversight. A committee endeavoring to stop human trafficking would seek to understand what specific steps are needed to fix a system that allowed Epstein to get away with his crimes in 2008. It would demand that Secretary Rubio and Attorney General Bondi testify about why this administration is abandoning survivors and playing into the hands of traffickers. It would put forth legislation to provide more resources and force this administration to act. But that's not happening.
I'm going to pause briefly. Jay, no. That's not why you vote independent. What you do is you vote for harm reduction. You vote for Democrats in the next election because that's the only chance you have to get what you want, which a lot of us want, which are more options. But if you do what you claim to do, vote for independent, then you are risking more fascists to be in charge of our government, more authoritarians, more people who are going to allow this shit to just continue. If you want to hold people accountable, Jay, then you can't be selfish. You've got to realize that this next election is about harm reduction. It can't be about your privilege, Jay. You've got to do better.
Donald Trump, who was called a pedophile protector by an auto worker at a Ford factory, is running an administration that has eliminated the jobs of most of the people who were working every day to prevent sex trafficking crimes. The people who were working to stop the next Jeffrey Epstein. Donald Trump fired them. Even though we all know that in Washington, the rules don't apply to Republicans. Republicans continue to find ways to shock by breaking rules that have never been broken before. Today, it was Republican Lauren Boebert's turn to do something that has never been done before and is and always has been completely against the rules. Lauren Boebert took a photograph of Secretary Clinton during the deposition and immediately released it publicly to a Trump-supporting media clown. Secretary Clinton had every right, as soon as that happened, to leave the deposition, to just walk out.
She did.
The Republicans would have no ability at all.
That's a really good point. There were rules set that was not supposed to happen. She had every fucking right to pack up her shit and leave, and she didn't. She stayed there. She answered questions. She didn't take the fifth, right? And there's nothing the Republicans could have done about it because the rules were already there in advance. And if Bobo, again, I think President Clinton is being deposed right now. If Bobo's back in there, then it will just tell you, which we already knew, that the Republicans don't give a fuck. This has got nothing to do with, this is nothing serious. This is just performative bullshit.
All to prevent Secretary Clinton from leaving the deposition after one of their members violated the rules of that deposition and
Correct.
the rules of every congressional committee procedure in the
Correct.
history of Congress.
Correct.
Secretary Clinton, upon learning of the violation, decided not to leave, but instead told the chairman that the news media should now be allowed in the room to cover her testimony now that the Republicans have broken the seal of that room. After half an hour, Secretary Clinton decided to resume her testimony and further humiliate the Republicans who were afraid to question the two people who were friends of Jeffrey Epstein, Donald and Melania Trump. Secretary Clinton spoke to reporters after the deposition, which was held near her home in Chappaqua, New York.
The worst state to
wait for the commercial
about it.
I don't know how many times I had to say I did not know Jeffrey Epstein. I never went to his island. I never went to his homes. I never went to his offices. So it's on the record numerous times. It then got, at the end, quite unusual because I started being asked about UFOs and a series of questions about Pizzagate one of the most vile, bogus conspiracy theories that was propagated on the internet that was serving as the basis of a member's questions to me.
And here's what some of the Democrats in the deposition had to say.
One of the things that's been confirmed today is that in addition to having no relationship with Jeffrey
This is James Walkinshaw, newly appointed, actually just recently won that special election in Virginia.
Epstein, Secretary Clinton has no relationship with Ghislaine Maxwell. But there are important questions we should be asking the Trump administration about Ghislaine Maxwell.
Mm-hmm.
And I hope that our Republican colleagues will join us in asking these questions.
Yeah, why not?
Why is it that Donald Trump has refused to rule out the pardon, the clemency that Ghislaine Maxwell is campaigning for?
Yeah.
House Republicans need to get serious about this investigation. I understand now fully why
This is Suhas Subramanyam, also from Virginia.
Secretary Clinton wanted to make this deposition and her hearing public, because the reality is we're talking to the wrong person today. Who we should be talking to instead are people who are actually mentioned in the files, people who have made misleading statements about their relationship with Jeffrey Epstein.
We should depose the person that is mentioned in the Epstein files almost more than any other person next to Ghislaine Maxwell, and that's Donald Trump.
So, Firebird, you made a comment. She went to Hillary's daughter's wedding. Come on, guys. Hillary's in her testimony said that she was someone's plus one. So, okay. Is that a gotcha, Firebird? Firebird, I'll ask you, it's day 70 of the Trump administration violating the law. Why don't you focus on that? Why don't you make a comment right now, Firebird, that said Donald Trump should be demanding or should be forcing every single document to be released instead of the cover-up? Firebird, if you cared about things like this, Firebird, you would address that. But why not? Why not? Why are you not addressing that? Why would you not address that? Are you gonna address it now? It shouldn't be that hard. I'll ask you again. I'll ask you again. You and your friends, I'll ask you again. How would you like to be remembered? Okay? How would you like to be remembered, Firebird? Would you like to be remembered as someone who is defending a global network of predators? Or would you like to be someone who is fighting for justice for survivors? Pretty easy conversation, I think, right? Shouldn't be that hard. Shouldn't be that complicated. It's a real opportunity here, Firebird. You don't even have to do it publicly. You don't even have to do that. You could just, make a comment demanding justice for survivors. Are you one of those people that think the person whose name is mentioned in the files more than anybody? Here's a visual for you in case you missed it. This is the entire list of emails that came from the Epstein estate. This is the full list. Okay? This is from the Oversight Committee. This is the full list. Each dot is an email thread released by the Oversight Committee. Okay? Then we have, this is President Clinton's. 512 out of 2,324. Okay, Firebird, this message is for you. This is from the Oversight Committee, of which the Oversight Committee is the committee that was deposing Hillary Clinton yesterday. All right? Okay. And then just to add, this is the amount of times that Donald Trump's name was mentioned in the same data set. Over half. So again, I ask you, Firebird, is your energy in the right place? Is it? Yet you're concerned about Melania, or I should say, Ghislaine being a plus one? Do you want to address that? Are you still in here, Firebird? Do you want to come up and talk about it? Maybe you'd be willing to learn something. Why would you want to defend this? It's weird, man. It's really, really weird. Now, I understand. Yeah, that's a good point. Epstein was at Trump's wedding. Good point. Yeah, it's a really good point. There you go. I would be curious, Firewood. I'd like to talk to you about it. You could request. Why is the person who's in the files more than anyone else not appearing for questioning? Why? Why has the Department of Justice just lied? Why are we at day 70? Why? Don't forget, as time goes through the hourglass, so are the days of our lives. That was for you, Rusty. There'll be a moment in the future. There'll be a moment. Good call, Sam. There'll be a moment in the future where a member of your family, a child, a grandchild, right, will be up in your attic looking around. They'll find a box. They'll see your MAGA hat. They'll see your MAGA flag. They'll see your America First t-shirt. And thankfully, between then and now, or now and then, we'll have an education system that won't be erasing history. So this will be researched. And you'll see the names of all the people connected to these crimes against children, and Donald Trump's name will be in there. And your children or your grandchildren will come downstairs and they'll say, why do you have this hat? Why? Why do you have this? Why do you have this hat? Why do you have this flag? What are you going to say? Didn't Kamala's laugh? Price of gas? What about Biden? Marxism? Women shouldn't lead? What are you going to say? How are you going to address that? Where is the line? You want to go on the record defending this? You can't. It's over for you guys. It's over. That's why you're all so angry. That's why you're all so triggered. Don't make it about yourself. You don't give a shit about anybody but yourself. But when the mirror shines on you in 5 years, in 10 years, in 15 years, when the mirror shines directly on you, you're going to be asked a question. And we know, because you're all a bunch of pitiful little cowards, you'll never admit publicly that you were a supporter of Trump. Never. Never. You'll never do it. Never. Now, because your racism and your bigotry and your misogyny and your predatory behavior is on full display, and you're proud about that because your president is the same, right? But when the time comes, you'll run from it. You will run from it. You will deny it. You will fight to say, I was never connected to that. That's horrible. You'll run. And you'll be left trying to pick up the pieces, right, of your lack of humanity. And Mike, you're the worst. Mike, you're probably the worst of them all, because here you sit. See, Mike, you won't talk because you're afraid as well. You won't address the facts, Mike. You can't run from the fact that the president is in the files more than anyone. You can't run from that. You just can't. You can't run from it. I know you're going to try because you don't want to admit it. You don't want to admit it, Mike. Your entire identity is connected to this guy, and you just won't admit it. You can't explain why the oversight committee petitioning the government or petitioning the Epstein estate has the files, has the email records, and Trump's name is in there 3 times more than President Clinton's. You won't address that. Why is Melania not sitting in front of a committee? Why did Howard Nutlick lie all the time? Why is he not sitting in front of another committee? Why? Why? By the way, I love it when Sam calls the little puppies baby doll. That's like the highlight of my day. Thank you for that, Sam. I appreciate that. Hearts in the chat for Sam. Seriously. It's not a flex, Mike, to sit in here and laugh, to tell us that we have Trump derangement syndrome. You have Trump denial syndrome, my guy. You have Trump denial syndrome. We've reached the point now where it's overwhelmingly, it's like a tidal wave. It's like Niagara Falls crashing over your head. Your entire identity is now defending a predator. Your entire identity. That's what this is. And you can't face it. See? You can't face it. Instead, you'll just spam in the chat. There's an opportunity here, Mike. There is, but you won't do it because you're afraid. Because you're afraid that your belief and your trust and your idolization of a politician is about to be destroyed, and you don't know what to do. You don't. I know you don't believe it, Mike. That's the point. Request. Let's talk about what we know. I'll just give you the facts. You don't believe it. I know. That's exactly the point, Mike. You don't believe it because you don't want to believe it. That's the point. You just don't want to. You are choosing not to believe the obvious. There's no one who's ever said that, Epstein referred to Trump as his best friend for a decade. Trump referred to Epstein as a great guy. He's the only one that said that. His pictures, his emails, the timestamps, all the lies, it's right in front of you, Mike. I appreciate you saying that you don't believe it, now because you don't want to believe it. That's the difference. It's a choice, Mike. Request. Come up, we can talk. I'm sure the chat would like to hear our conversation. It's not on me to prove anything. What we're talking about is a specific set of details and evidence of which we have. We want everyone investigated. I don't think you do. Yeah. So the door's there, Mike. This is for everybody, right? It's for everybody. Trump supporters. This is a real moment for you all. Because you've all made this, you've allowed yourself to believe that you care about children. And you may think you do in real life. So you claim you care so much that you want to go after the trans community because of men and women's sports. And we know that there are more allegations of people who are connected to Jeffrey Epstein and Trump's cabinet than there are trans athletes in sports, college sports in particular. Right? So you either don't care that the person you voted for is a predator, or you don't believe it. It's one of those two things. And if you don't believe it, then come up and talk to me about it. See? You don't need to run from it, Mike. You need to face it. Whether it be, consider this like addiction. The first step to getting yourself out of addiction is to admitting that you're addicted. It's a problem. It's a real problem. You don't know what? What don't you know, Mike? What don't you know? I just sent you an invite. What don't you know? What is it that you don't know? It's okay, man. Come up and talk. This is what I want to know. You said you don't know. What is it that you don't know? It's right in front of you, Mike. It's all there. It's all right there in front of you. It's okay. You don't have to turn your camera on. It's an opportunity. Come on up, man. People want to hear this conversation. You don't have to be afraid. Part of the issue here is if you don't know, what is it that you don't know? I'd like to know. I think the 1,200 people in here right now would like to say the same thing, or would like to ask you the same thing. What is it that you don't know? Do you not believe the information? Because that's different than not knowing. I don't bite. I just nibble. This is your moment, Mike. This is an opportunity for you right now. You don't have to make this choice. You don't have to continue to support people who are obviously connected to a global sex trafficking ring involving children. If you want to throw the Clintons under the bus, go for it. Like we say here a million times, anybody and everybody that's connected to this that have committed these crimes should all be held accountable. The person whose name is mentioned more than anybody's is Trump's. That's the truth, man. That is the truth. I guess you don't want to talk about it. That's unfortunate. We're kind of rooting for you, Mike. Or anybody else who feels the same way. Anybody else. Kind of sad. All we want is the truth to come out, Mike. That's it. It's all anybody wants. We want the truth. The Trump administration is breaking the law. There's no denying that, Mike. We can probably agree on that right off the bat, right? Well, come up and talk to me. There's another invitation. Come on up and talk to me. Seriously, Mike. This chat will support you if we can have a conversation. I'm telling you right now, this is an opportunity for you to perhaps have at least information to maybe that you've not heard. You know, like, for example, why is the DOJ, why did they put some files up that clearly had credible evidence against Donald Trump, Katie Johnson's testimony and others, information that they used to convict Ghislaine Maxwell that was credible, and then that information suddenly went missing? Why? Why would that information suddenly go missing? Mike, why? Why would we have Howard Nutlick saying things that he was no more contact with Jeffrey Epstein, and then he shows up on his island? Why? 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 Doesn't have to be like that. It doesn't. Jay, I just sent you an invitation too, because I want to talk to you. It's a different conversation, but I'd like to talk to you too. See, Mike, why? You don't have to believe that shit. Be better. Just step out. Be better. Doesn't have to be like that.
Hello.
Hi, Jay. How's it going, Jay?
Pretty good, sir. How you doing?
I'm good. So are you one of those that, you just feel like the system just doesn't work?
Yeah, I think they both play games. Just like, for instance, Biden let all them people in. I ain't saying he let them in, but Texas brought them all the way over to the East Coast when he could have called the National Guards in. He has the right to do it, to stop all this. And then they want to blame Biden for it. It's all a big game. They did all this on purpose when the Republicans could have stopped it.
Okay. So let's back up a second. So hang on a second, Jay. So are you familiar? So who did you vote for in 2020 in the last election? Who'd you vote for?
I didn't vote. I don't vote.
Okay. So I want to encourage you to vote.
I got you.
Can I tell you why? Can I tell you why?
Why?
Because what if every single American who had the right to vote decided not to?
Oh, I see that point, of course. But
right?
Like I was saying earlier, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, it's okay. So, I mean, think about that. Like, what would happen?
I guess my mindset was, I live in South Carolina, so it's always Republican. My family's Democrat, anyways, and I watched them, listen to them. They worked in the Capitol and all that, and I listen to stories all the time. And it's a game. That's all this is, nothing but a game. They're both going to profit off of this. Like I said, my family worked there. I mean, there was no bigwigs or nothing. They did stuff around the Capitol and the White House, stuff like that. But it's all nothing but a game. If people actually sit there and wake up and see what's really going on, they're ruining this country, what I look at it. So you think, when you say they, you mean like every elected official? You think they're the entire, okay.
So, well, again, let's go back a second though. So, do you have anybody in the military that's in your family?
Yes.
Okay. So me too. On my dad's side of the family, I had people who served in World War II, right? So you know the people who did that, they fought for anybody who's taken the oath and served their country, they fought for our rights to vote. They fought for our individual freedoms, right?
Right.
So it's so important that people signed up to make sure that people like you and people like me, even though we might disagree on something, that we're all in this together. The right to vote is a sacred right, a sacred right. Can you agree with that?
Oh, I agree.
Okay, so then I guess then the question comes down to, what is important to you?
What's important to me? Let the government stop telling us what we need to do, and we work, feed our kids, and the government not tell us what to do with our kids anymore. This is what changed. They're teaching our kids what they need to do, and it's only up to them. They have to listen to them. My own kids came home and tell me that I was wrong about how to raise stuff or some crap. It was something stupid, but I couldn't believe they were actually teaching my kids this. And my kid would not believe me unless I had to actually show them, but they believe what they teach you in school these days. And they stopped telling you American flag, you can't stand up and do your pledge of allegiance anymore to the flag. What's wrong with this country?
Okay, well, is that really what's happening? Because let me back up a second, because you said you don't want the government telling people what to do, is what you said, right?
Correct.
Okay, so give me an example of the government telling somebody, telling the government, or the government telling people what to do.
Women can't have an abortion. There's all
so
kinds
you
of
think that women should have the right to do that?
Of course. Something happens to my daughter.
Okay.
You know what I mean? I got daughters too. They should have that right. Who are they going to sit there and say, or a guy's going to the girl's bathroom? It's like, come on, there's pedophiles out there. Not saying I am, so don't nobody take this the wrong way. I could dress up as a woman and go in the girl's bathroom, and that's it. You know what I mean? So that's a pervert. Yeah. I look at it.
Okay, so let's not go too far down that road. Let's go back, because I don't normally like to debate women's bodies, but I think you brought up an interesting point. So if you want your children, your daughters, how many do you have? How many daughters do you have? Two. So I'm a girl dad, bro. So I get it. It. There's nothing more important to us than our daughters, right? They're incredible. Not that our sons aren't, but there's a different relationship. Anybody who's a girl dad understands that. So if you firmly believe that you want your daughter to have the rights to her body, which it sounds like you do, then your vote is even more important, Jay. Because there's one party in this country right now that is literally taking your daughter's rights away.
True. I guess I didn't look at it like that.
Right? So if you are faced with a proposition, you said you live in South Carolina?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when you are faced with a choice, I want you to vote. Okay, I really, really want you to vote. I want you to go in. I want you to leave your house on election day, or grab your mail-in ballot or your absentee ballot and say, "I am doing this for my daughters."
I got you. It makes sense.
And there's only one party in this country currently that is going to help make sure that my daughters, the loves of my life, that they have. There's only one party that has any interest in trying to protect your daughter's rights to their body.
Right.
Can you do that?
Oh, yes, sir.
And he left. I think I heard a yes, sir. Did I hear a yes, sir in there? I think I heard a yes, sir. He might have got a phone call. Okay. So, Mike, your turn. Come on up. Mike, request up. Come on. It's that simple, right? I think it's that simple. I just saw Mike. I think he's in here. It's really that simple. And I'll take him at his word. I'll take him at his word. That's the kind of person, those are the folks that are out there that the Do Something Tour is all about, right? That is the perfect. Like if I were to draw a picture and say, again, yeah, Jay, thanks for listening. If I were to draw a picture of somebody that I want to speak to on the Do Something Tour, it's people like that, common ground, girl dad, pissed off at government, doesn't think it works. Okay, we can agree on a lot of those things. But I also know that if you want your daughters to have rights to their body, then you've got one hope and one hope alone, and that is to vote for a Democrat. And then you can force change. I see you, Mike. Hey there. How are you?
Hi, brother. How you doing?
I'm good. So I saw you. So you were listening.
Yeah, I've been listening. I love listening to you. I wake up at 4:30 in the morning, and I go through TikTok to find you, and I sit and listen. And I'm trying to back up the guy I voted for, but you make a lot of sense. And I was kind of like when you said that the Clintons were, I don't know if I'm saying it right, but there's more emails about President Trump than the Clintons. And I was like, okay, show me about that, because I'm not happy about my president right now, because me and my wife live in a very nice area. I live off the lake, and I'm we're struggling about food, gas bills that he promised. I'm on some medication that hasn't gone down. So, there's a lot of things I can say, and I live in Michigan, so my gas now, it was 277 or 278 3 days ago. Now it's at 312. So, I mean, we're what's going on? I thought the Republicans were gonna do things. You know what I mean? But I don't know. I might change my my thing. So that's why I've been listening to you.
Yeah. So, and I appreciate, Mike. I really appreciate your. I appreciate. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
You have a lot of knowledge. And I like that.
Well, I appreciate you saying that, and I appreciate your honesty, and I think here's the thing, right?
Yeah.
What I'm hearing from you is maybe you regret your vote. You regret your vote a bit. Is that fair to say?
Yeah. Me and my neighbor. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but my neighbor brought my garbage can in, and we were talking, and he's got health problems. Me and him were in the union. I'm a Mason, and he was a laborer, and he's retired now, and I still own a company. And we were talking, and his wife's heart pills are $550 for 1 month's supply. So we're talking and everything, and I said, "Hey, I got this guy on. You want to come in and give my dog a treat? Because I got a dog like yours. I love it." And he came in. He heard you talking a little bit, and I said, "I listen to this guy. He's making some sense. But we both made comments about shit ain't happening." I'm sorry, I swore. I didn't mean to.
That's
swear.
okay. It's okay, man. Swearing's fine. Don't worry about it.
I get frustrated, man. I get frustrated about shit.
I get it. I mean, the thing for me, and you sound like you made some interesting comments in the chat. You've been here before, and I've seen that, and I've called you out on some things. But first of all, the first thing that I think we have this term here, right? Where we say, take your flowers. And that's an expression to say, you're willing to get in the chat. It means that people here appreciate that you accepted the invitation. It was a good move for you. So you're being rewarded for that. Like, take your flowers. That's what that means. Okay. The biggest thing is that we can't go back in time, right? We can't go back. We can't go back to the previous election. But do you have kids?
Oh yes, I have 4 daughters, 5 grandkids. Yes. I'm an old
4
guy. I'm
daughters.
62.
Okay. Well, you're not that much older than me, man. You're not that much older than me. I'm 58. I got you. So you're a girl dad. Oh yeah. Yep. So I want you to think about that for a second, right? You're a girl dad, and the person that you voted for doesn't exactly treat women very well, does he?
Well, okay. Let's go here. You're not getting off soon, are you?
No, I live for these conversations. I'll stay as long as necessary.
So, okay, I know that he had 2 courts or 2 convictions of the one that was a playboy or porn star, whatever she was.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other one was when he was in a shopping store and supposedly he had oral sex.
Not supposedly, not supposedly, because the jury found him liable.
Right. Wasn't it $80,000 he had to pay her or something like that?
$5 million, and then a lot of money.
$5 million? Wow.
Yeah, there was multiple defamation charges. Well,
that was the older lady, right? She's like 70
Yeah,
now.
it was 83 million. Her name is Eugene Carroll. Yeah. So, but before we get into that, Mike, we can talk about that. But he also, if you have daughters, would you want their husbands cheating on them?
No, sir. I had one. My daughter's husband did cheat on her, and I gave him one solution. I said, "You better leave that house, or I'm flying down to Florida." So he left. So, yeah.
I appreciate you defending your daughter, but you voted for a guy who cheated on all of his wives.
Do you really think he did, or do you think
he did?
You really believe that,
Mike? It's not whether I believe it or not, Mike. He did it.
Well, because I'm gonna be honest with you. Okay. We say that, right? And but if you ever notice his kids and his daughters and oh my God, what do you call them? When you're married, anyway, they protect him like he's innocent.
Right, but yeah, well, okay, but so we know that we know it for a fact. We know it for a variety of reasons. First of all, he's bragged about it, right? So he cheated on he assaulted his first wife. Okay.
You mean the one that passed away?
Correct.
Is that the one you're talking about? The model?
Yeah, Ivana.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep. So he assaulted her. So, and he cheated on her with his second wife. He cheated on his second wife with his third wife. And he cheated on Melania, his current wife, when she was pregnant with Barron, with a porn star.
So let
me just make my point. Hang on one second. Let me just make my point. So you were willing to drive to Florida to literally drag your son-in-law at the time out of the house. But yet you voted for a guy. I understand that, but you voted for a guy who did the same thing that you were willing to drag your son-in-law out of the house for. Help me understand that a little bit.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you know what? I never, I look at my first lady and I can't see her putting up with that crap,
She did. She did.
Yeah,
but she did though.
Obviously she did. I didn't know this. I didn't know that porn star was the one that he had intercourse with, whatever. I don't know if I can say that, but
you can.
Whatever.
That's the point. Yep.
But I didn't know that. And your first name is Steve?
Correct.
Okay. All right, Steve. Your voice sounds familiar. Were you at PBS?
I did work in radio for many, many years, but not on PBS. No, but.
I used to listen to PBS a lot. Okay. All right.
Yeah, I've heard that before. So let's think about that. Let's just think about this for a second, Mike. Right?
Sure.
Because I think it's really important. I think it's really, really important that we mark this point in history. So February the 27th, 11:58 a.m. Eastern time. Right? We can't go back in time. We can't go back. It's impossible. We can't go back. We're not time travelers, right? But we have a lot. Let me say, same here. We have a lot of information. right? We've all learned a lot of things. Now, I want you to answer this question honestly for me. I'm not saying that you're lying, but I want you to answer this question honestly. Where, if you were to say, Steve, this is where I get the majority of my news from, what would you say?
Okay. All right. I listen to Fox a lot. Okay. News. And I got my daughter's got me on the TikTok because I'm starting to build models. Okay. So somehow I got you, and I've gotten a few other people. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna listen to these guys,
Okay.
So
think about this. So think about this. So think about this. That's good. Yeah. So think about this, right? So you and I are roughly the same age, right? Okay. You're only 4 years older than I am. We both have daughters, right?
Right.
I get news from my primary source of news is not one thing. It's not just this or just that. I get my news from a variety of places. So I researched all these things, right, to find out who this person. I'll tell you that I'll tell you that in a second. So the reason I'm gonna, I'll go down this road with you because Fox has not exactly been honest with you about a lot of things, Mike.
No, I believe you. I think.
Yeah. They've lied about a lot of things. And the reason that they did that is because they don't want to lose your support watching them, and because the president likes to use Fox News to get his message out there. So the reason, like I said, the reason I know that he cheated on his first wife with his second with his third with the porn star is because that's documented history. In fact, he's bragged about it. But they don't talk about that on Fox News a lot because you didn't really know that, did you?
No, I did not.
Right. And don't forget, Fox News had to.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but they did show like her, and they showed him going to court, and that's about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That was about
exactly
as far as they go.
Exactly. So here's a question for you: if you had known that he had cheated on all of his wives, would you have voted for him?
Nope. No, sir. No,
That's
sir.
telling,
you know
don't
what?
you think?
Yeah, because the other problem I had, because at the time when Trump was running against, oh my God, what's her name? She was vice president. What was
Hillary. Well, she was. Oh, no, Kamala Harris. Last time, Kamala Harris.
Yep. And then tampon. You know what I'm talking about. So
yeah, the stupid nickname that they gave him. Yeah, Tim Walz. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that ruined his career. But to me, it did.
Why?
Anyway,
why?
I said I can't vote for these two, man, because I just can't see them. We're in a conflict over in the Middle East. We got shit going on with Russia. And I can't see her handling this kind of stuff. And I just said, I voted for Trump, okay? And I got the Trump flags hanging out. I had people flip me off because I live in a neighborhood that most people are Democrats and liberals. And I'm fine with that, whatever. I mean, hey, it is what it is, right? And yeah. So you're
let's back up a second. Let's back up a second. So because you watched Fox a lot, and I appreciate you being honest about that, you've been given a lot of information you've been given a lot of information that's not true. So I'm gonna guy to guy. I'm just gonna ask you this question flat out. Did you not vote for Kamala because she's a woman?
No, that does not go in my category. If you're a strong woman, like Hillary Clinton, she was a strong lady. I wouldn't put up with her.
You didn't vote for her.
I mean, she doesn't put up with no crap.
But you didn't vote for her. But you didn't.
No, sir, I did not. No, I did not.
So why not?
Well, I stuck with Trump because it's just the things he was saying, okay? And I was like, yeah, man, I'm for that, man. Let's roll with it, man. Let's get
like
this.
what? Like what's one of those? What was one of those things that you were for? Like, well, let's talk about one at a time. I want to go back. I want to go back a second. Hang on one second, Mike. Hang on one second. I want to go back a little bit because you said you would have voted for Hillary. This part of this conversation might get a little uncomfortable, but hang in there with me, okay? I promise I'll treat you with respect. You've been kind to me. I promise I'll do the same, okay? So part of this might be a little bit uncomfortable because you said you would have voted for Hillary, right? Because she was a strong woman. But what's the difference between Kamala Harris and Hillary Clinton?
A whole lot.
Like what? Name one thing.
Harris. Well, the way she talked and the way she answered things, it just was like, yeah, she was laughing all the time. It wasn't like she was serious about things. It's just her personality didn't whelm over me at all. You know what I mean? I didn't think she was strong enough woman to take on what Biden left her with. Okay. That means, she has to take care of what's going on in the Middle East. She has to take care of what's going on with Russia. She has to take care of our border. Things that, I don't know if she was tough enough to do that.
So, why would you think that? The reason I'm asking, Mike, there's a specific reason I'm asking this question. So I'm gonna help you get there. You have no reason to think that of Kamala Harris. You were told to think that of Kamala Harris. Because the reason I say that is because I had the access to the same amount of information. I had the same access to be able to review her economic policy, her opinion on Russia, her opinion on global economic geopolitics. And I made the clearly defined decision that she was arguably, well, not arguably, the most qualified person to ever run for the presidency. Now, as a fellow girl dad, do you think I would have allowed someone who I did not think would protect the rights of my daughter? Do you think I would have voted for that person?
No. But what you're saying to me is exactly something I didn't do. I didn't research. Exactly. See, I got computers, I got a business. Yes. I got a laptop. I could look it up at night when my wife is making dinner or I'm making dinner, whatever. I didn't do that. Okay. So I did listen to Fox and that's the truth. And I watched her when she went to Minnesota, I believe it was, or Milwaukee.
Sure.
Where'd she go? Well,
she went everywhere.
She did that. No. The Democrat party
the convention?
one. The one.
Yeah, the convention. Yeah.
Yeah. I watched her there and I wasn't impressed. Okay.
You watched so hold on a second. So what you watched was Fox editing the video to make it support what they want you to believe.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
And that was live. That was live.
And let me ask you a question.
So
Realistically,
what you're telling me, because you've been in this business for a lot of years. So what you're telling me is I'm watching it live, they can edit shit out, right?
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that they edited the live video. What I'm saying is when you're watching your new. So we all have bias. Do you know what bias is, Mike?
Well, explain it to me.
So bias would be like, how do I explain this in simple terms? We as humans have bias. Like depending on what our ideology is, what our belief set is, we're inclined to believe something that supports our beliefs. So you have a bias, I have a bias, right? So you become exactly. You become biased because of some of the sources of information that you get. Some of the things that you said, for example, are some of the biases that are showing, like her laugh. You didn't think she was serious enough. Those are things that have been fed to you. Those are things that have been fed to you by Fox News.
Okay. All right.
So when you're watching, Okay, so then when you're watching Fox cover a Kamala Harris news conference or show you highlights, they're only going to focus on the things that they know will support your bias. They're not going to talk to you about what her economic policies were because they were great. They're not going to talk to you about her foreign policy.
They never did.
Did they?
They
Correct.
never did. No.
Correct.
No, they
Correct.
never did. So
Correct,
they pushed me
right?
more to Trump. You know what I mean?
They did.
They pushed me more to Trump than anything.
They did.
So
they did. And then what your vote did, Mike, your vote did not support your daughters.
Okay.
It didn't.
Okay. Now
would you so one of the things, again, part of the charges and then ultimately found simply liable was that Donald Trump forcibly and deliberately penetrated a woman's vagina with his fingers.
Yeah, in that dressing room, right?
Correct.
Was that the one in the dressing room?
Correct.
That's kind of nasty.
You voted for that guy, Mike.
Okay. I thought basically he paid that girl off. So I don't know.
No. So that's part of the news thing. So for example, like if one of your a lot of people who vote like you do, Mike, don't believe that happened. So if your daughters, I'm just saying this as a hypothetical, okay? I'm not putting you on the spot here. If one of your daughters came to you and said that happened to them, would you believe them?
I would fucking kill the guy. Sorry.
You don't have to say that. But no, I got you. I understand.
You know, I'm a pretty strong guy for what I do for a living. I'll tell you what.
I got you. I understand that. So, but the question is, would you believe her? If your daughter came to you and told you that, would you believe her?
Of course I would. Yes, I would.
So why then is it so hard for people who vote like you do to believe the words of a woman who was assaulted by Donald Trump?
Okay. You're probably gonna laugh at me, but okay. I'm looking at a man that's built New York per se back in the 80s and 90s. He's a very wealthy man all around the world. He's building something in Dubai right now. He's got a golf course I believe in Scotland. You see what I'm going at? Okay.
No,
so
I don't.
I'm looking
question.
at a man that wouldn't do something like that. A man. My dad was a very rich man. I mean, he owned a big construction company in Detroit, Michigan, and I respected him. Of course.
So let's go back. Let's go back to the question, though, Mike. Let's go back to the question because you're kind of proving my point a little bit here. Well, let's stay on the point. Well, let's stay on the point because if I gave you the scenario that if it happened to your daughter, you said you would go and take that person out.
Right.
Why is it? Right. Why are you adding conditions? My reaction is irrelevant. Okay, I asked you. Yeah, I would be incredibly angry as well. But if I was asked that question, I would absolutely immediately believe my daughter. There'd be no doubt in my mind. I would believe her. So the question. Yeah. Okay, so the question I have for you is, why can't you apply that same to someone else?
Well, okay. I'll be honest with you. I thought that the Democrats and Biden, when he was our president, was going after Donald Trump. Okay, to get him.
Doesn't answer my question. We'll cover that in a second. Hang on a second. We'll cover that in a second. Hang on one second. We'll cover that in a second. Okay, we'll go there. We'll go there next. Yeah. Let's stay on this topic. Okay, let's stay on this topic. It had nothing to do with Biden. This was a woman. First of all, I won't get into the details of the case. Specifically, though, why is it so difficult for you to believe that he did this to her? If you believe your daughter, why can't you apply the same to her?
because okay. A lot of like sports players, and boxers and things like that. There's women that say, "Hey, I got raped," and blah 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 blah.
Let's not make light of it, Mike. Mike, let's not make light of it, man. Let's not go there. Okay, that's
I'm not making light
that's
of
part
it.
that. Well, you are. Okay, let's not go there. Okay, I'm trying, Mike. Mike. That's not a good look. Okay.
What's the answer
That's not a good look.
me to give you?
It's not about the answer I want. I'm trying to get you to a place. If you can believe your daughter, why is it such a stretch to believe other women? Because they're daughters too, right?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So would you rather believe the survivors in these cases or the victims of these crimes, or would you rather believe a guy who's got 26 or more allegations against him and now being found civilly liable? What is more likely? He did it or she lied?
I have to believe she's telling the truth. All right. I don't see why somebody would say something out of the blue just to get attention. I don't believe that.
Exactly. So then this comes full circle, Mike. You voted for that guy.
I understand.
You voted for a guy hold on. You voted for a guy who raped someone else's daughter.
Yeah. I'm sorry for that. Now, thank you for opening my eyes.
Sure.
I didn't look at that like that. Okay, I'm being honest with you.
Yeah, that's why we're having this conversation, right? That's why we're having this conversation. We've got to humanize it. We have to humanize it, and girl dads can connect, right? Yeah. We have to humanize it. She was somebody's daughter, somebody's friend, right? So we've got that piece now, right? So that we can't go back in time. We can't fix it. So when I asked you the question specifically about why you said you could vote for Hillary and didn't, but you couldn't vote for Kamala, can you say, so one of the fundamental differences between the two of them is that Kamala's a black woman, Hillary's a white woman. Do you think any of that had anything to do with it?
I'll be honest with you. She's not a black woman. She's Puerto Rican.
She is. No, she's Mike. She's not. Mike. She's a black Mike. She's a black woman.
No,
that's how she identifies. She's a combination of things, but she Mike. I'm trying to help you out here, man. I'm trying to help you out here.
I know.
Who do you think is more researched on Kamala Harris's background, me or you?
Oh, it'd be you.
So will you trust me? Will you trust me then with what I told you?
I will trust you. I heard that she's running again. I heard that last night.
We don't know that.
So.
Let's not go there. Let's stay right here. Okay, let's stay right here. Okay, let's stay right here. So can you understand why maybe some racism kind of snuck into your decision-making process?
No, I'm not racist. I have my
Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it.
No,
don't say it.
My stepdaughter is married to a black man. I have a black.
That doesn't make you not racist, Mike. I'm deconstructing.
No.
Wait, Mike.
I'm not racist at all.
Mike.
I'll fight you on that one. I'm not racist.
Mike.
Yeah.
I am a woke white man in America who's deconstructing my racism, but I am inherently racist because I'm white. That's how it works.
Why do you say that about yourself? Why do you say that? What's that mean?
Because it's the truth.
What do you mean you're racist?
Because I'm a white man in America in a system built by people who look like me to benefit people who look like you and me, to protect people who look like me. The system built on white supremacy and racism. I am part of it, as are you. We are inherently racist. Okay? I know nobody wants to be called that. Nobody, hold on. Nobody wants to be called that, of course. So you don't have to defend it so hard. You just kind of have to unpack it a little bit, because you're the one who made the comparison to say, I could have voted for Hillary because she's a strong woman, And yet you wouldn't apply the same to Kamala Harris, even though she was even more qualified to be the president. And then you brought up you Puerto Rican, this and that. That's not a good look. Okay? That's not a good look. So that's some unpacking for you to do. All right? That's a lot of unpacking for you to do. It may not feel that way.
What do you mean I have to unpack things, Steve? What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
What that means, okay, I'll tell you, because like I said, we are inherently racist, especially as white people in our country. Now, the question is, what are we willing to do to unpack it? And when I say unpack it, the first thing you have to do is recognize it. Okay? Recognize it.
Recognize
so much
what?
like they talk.
Recognize
I'll give you an example. Addiction, alcoholism. The first step for people to recover from those things is to accept the fact that they're a drug addict or they're an alcoholic. Would you agree?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the first part of deconstructing, unpacking from racism is acknowledging that you live in a system that is racist inherently. Okay. So that's part of it.
You know where I live,
so,
right? I live
doesn't
outside
matter.
Detroit. I grew
Doesn't
up in
matter.
Detroit. Yeah.
So that you're kind of proving my point a little bit. Why is it relevant to tell me where you grew up?
Well, because there was a lot of, when I went to school back in 1973, they bussed all the black people into my school. So it was
okay. And
so we had to get together and accept each other, and that was not an easy thing. You understand what I'm saying?
Why wasn't it easy?
Well, because we weren't used to that, and we were raised, I lived in a really kick-ass neighborhood, expensive neighborhood, with hockey players and all that. But it was like it was different.
It's kind of my point, Mike. So this is sort of my point, right? See that right there, what you just described is your inherent racism, because you described it. You put qualifiers on. Wait, let me finish. You put qualifiers on it that black people were bussed into your community, and we had to adjust.
Correct. Yep.
That would be easily. It's not a stretch for me to say that that's racist, Mike.
Okay.
So again,
I accept it.
Okay, so that's part of the unpacking that we're talking about. Because like I said before, we walk around with all these. Sure, man. We walk around with all these biases. We walk around with all these walls. We walk around with all these things that we may think we're doing the right thing, and we say that I have a black friend, or my daughter's married to a black man. That does not dismiss you. Wait a minute. Hold on. That does not dismiss you of your inherent racism.
Well, you're very true about that, because I'm having a hard time with my son-in-law right now. You know what I mean?
Why?
Well, I said some things to my stepdaughter that was something I should never said.
What did you say?
Black. Well, I don't really want to say it over the line, but just put it this way. She's a very beautiful lady, but she's a little overweight, and all she could ever get was black men. And I
Mike.
I chewed her out. Man. Okay, I'm just being honest with you. It's been 3 years since I can talk. I can say hi to her. And that's about as far as it goes.
Well, Mike, listen, we tried, but you've got a lot of things you got to unpack, bro. Okay? You got a lot of things you got to unpack, because there's a lot of racism that's bubbling beneath that surface. You're trying to qualify things. I think the reason you didn't vote for Kamala Harris, to be honest with you, I'm going to be perfectly honest with you, I don't think you voted for Kamala Harris because she's a black woman. That's why I think you didn't vote for her. You ignored, you admitted, hold on, hang on, Mike, I'll let you talk. Okay?
All right.
I'll let you talk. You had the ability to research. You chose not to. You didn't bother to look into Donald Trump's past. You didn't bother to understand the guy. Like you said, the same qualifier that you put in place for your family, that you would have drove to Florida and beat the shit out of your stepson because he cheated on your daughter, but you didn't apply the same logic to that. You didn't apply the same logic to people who would have, all these kinds of things. You gave Donald Trump a pass on all these things. And then you brought up some of the things that you said about your own family member, that the only thing she could get would be a black man. That's diminishing people. That's diminishing black people. That's diminishing your stepdaughter. There's a lot to unpack there.
Okay.
Now, my only hope for you.
What do you mean? What do you mean by diminishing? What do you mean by
Well,
that,
you said
Steve?
because you said your stepdaughter was overweight, and then you followed that up by saying the only man she's going to be able to get is a black man.
And she did. Yeah. And he's a great guy.
Listen to what I said, Mike. Listen to what I said.
Yeah.
You said your stepdaughter was overweight, and the only man she was going to be able to get was a black man.
Correct.
That's racist.
It is.
It is.
I swear to God, it is.
It is.
Yes, I swear to God, I believe you with all my heart. You're gonna have me crying because it's touching my heart. It hurts my wife.
Do you understand?
I do, man. You really woke me up.
Just want you to think, man. I just want you to think. The question that we have to ask ourselves next, right, is this is the first step, right? This is the first step. This is how we unpack our shit. This is how we unpack it.
All right. I'm listening.
And I know that there's an opportunity here, right? The whole point that we're trying to make is that you're stuck in your bias. And because you don't, again, tough love, you don't see black people as equal.
I don't know if I can agree to that.
Well, think about it though. Think about what you said. You said the only man your stepdaughter could get. Wait. Hang on a second.
Black people that work for me.
Doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. That's tokenizing. That's tokenizing. Okay, and I'll give you another example.
Well, I got black people and I got Mexicans.
That again, don't tokenize. Stay here. Okay, we're in a good place. Stay here. All right. The reason that I can say that is because you put a qualifier on the relationship that your stepdaughter could have. You said the only man she could get would be a black man.
Right.
That in and of itself that's diminishing, right? So that is diminishing not only your stepdaughter, but also black men.
So what do you mean by diminishing? Right? What do you mean by that?
You felt because your daughter was overweight, as you described it, you said the only type of man she could get would be a black man.
Yes, sir. That's what I said.
Do you believe that?
No.
Well, you're saying that black men are less than.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that. Well, okay. Maybe you're right. Maybe I'm saying it. I just don't know I'm saying it. You know what I mean?
I do.
Yeah. Maybe you're right. Okay. Maybe you're right, Steve. Maybe you're right. Maybe I didn't look at it like you explained it to me. And man, you just woke me up, man, about that. You know, I don't know how to handle this situation. It's been going on for, I don't know, 3-4 years. So, you know, I don't know what to do. I really don't, you know.
Well, like anything else, Mike, when you're going through, I don't know, when you're going through I'll give you a real-time example. My son is 365 days sober as of yesterday from alcohol. It's a journey. It's great, right? And I'm gonna equate it to what we're talking about here, right? The hardest step, first of all, excuse me, is the acknowledgement, right? Accepting it, understanding it, right?
I got my AA books. Yeah.
Okay, so for you, right, you have a choice to make. You have to decide yourself. Okay, I talked to this guy, Steve. I'm not asking you to trust me. I hope you do, but what I'm asking is, what I'm asking specifically though is this: is that okay? Maybe there's some things that I need to unpack. Maybe there are some things that I could really learn from. Maybe there are some things that as these conversations progress, maybe there are people that I could learn from a bit more, because you and I have what's referred to as white privilege, Mike. And what that means is it doesn't mean that our lives weren't difficult. It doesn't mean that there weren't challenges that were put in front of us when we were younger. It doesn't mean that things weren't hard, but we were never denied things because of the color of our skin.
Correct. You're right. You're right.
So that's white privilege, right? So then you embrace it. You understand that we live in a system where the scales are tipped towards you and me. There is no one in America who has more privilege, right, than you and I. Right. That's it.
You're correct.
We're white men in America. We're white men in America. Are you a Christian man?
Sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, so then you're even higher up. You're even higher than me, because I'm not a Christian. So you're even higher up than me. So you are at the pinnacle. You've got all the privilege there is. So when I talk about tokenizing, that's an attempt for people who've got their bias towards racism to try to excuse it. I've got a black friend, or I've got a gay friend, or I've got a trans friend. Just because you make those claims doesn't make it that you're an ally and or an accomplice with those communities, right? What you need to really be focused on is recognizing it, first of all, and then understanding how I get myself through this so that I'm not perpetuating this for the next generations. Because I want your children and your grandchildren to say, you know what? My grandfather or my dad used to believe these theories, but I've watched him change. I've watched him evolve. I've watched him grow. I watch him become a better human because he's respecting people more. He's not tokenizing. It's not going to happen overnight. It's not going to happen overnight. It's not. But Donald Trump's been lying to you, man. He's been lying to you about everything. He's been lying to you about everything.
Say something to you?
Yes, you can.
Something to you?
Okay.
I got. All right. Okay. I have 2 Cuban daughters, live in Miami and Homestead. And then I have 1, 2,
you have 2 daughters.
3.
You have 2 daughters. You have 2 daughters.
Yeah, I got 3 grandbabies with them. And then I have 2 other daughters. My other daughter is going to be an engineer, but my other daughter just had another baby. So I got 5 grandkids, and she lives in California. But but you are so true about me changing, because I always been a hard-headed guy. Hey, I'll pull out my rifle, whatever. You know what I mean? Trying to be a tough guy. But Steve, you woke me up today. I really appreciate that.
Will you come back?
I'm going to ask you a personal question.
Sure.
Are
ask
you
away.
a Democrat? Are you a Democrat?
I'm a progressive.
Okay, what's that mean?
Okay, good question. I look at politics differently than a lot of people. I think you are either progressive or you are conservative. Like, you either want to move society forward or you want to keep things the same. Okay, I vote.
What do you mean by that?
What
do you mean? What
do
do
you
you
mean
about the tip? Yeah.
Well, let me explain it.
Yeah.
So I tend to vote Democrat because I believe that I look at politics in general as public transportation. So let me give you an example. I know the Democratic Party is going to get me closer to where I want to go because they support things that I care about: education, women's rights to their body, healthcare, a tax system that works for the middle class, rooting out corruption in government, realigning the Supreme Court, taxation that benefits all of us. Those are traditionally core democratic values. I'm also a firearms owner. I support a person's Second Amendment, but Democrats want to address which is the #1 cause of death for children in our country, which is gun violence.
I'm a
right?
firearm guy too. Yep.
Okay. So that's why. So then I go a little bit further than Democrats because I want to push on things a little bit more. Like I want to do away with Citizens United. I want to get corporate PAC money out of politics. I want to bring DC to be.
What's that mean, Steve?
Citizens United. What is that?
Yeah. What's that mean?
So basically, without getting into the details, Citizens United allows corporations to act as if they're individual donors, which means corporations can spend as much money as they want on getting candidates elected. And I think that's horrible. And I want to see that go away.
Okay. Yeah, okay. That's cool.
Okay. Yeah. So then progressives, and I want to push it a little bit further. Like I want to go, like I want complete education reform. I want our public education system in America to be the best in the world. I want to overpay teachers. I want to raise the federal minimum wage to $25 so it's a livable wage. I want to reduce defense spending and then invest in our social safety nets like Medicare, Medicaid, SNAP, things like that benefit everybody, that benefit you, me, your neighbors, people that you and I don't even know. That's what I think progressivism is.
Hey, Steve, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Sure. Wouldn't it be awesome if like you retire, right? And you get food stamps? Because if you think about it, like my neighbors, like I told you, he works for me when I have jobs on the side for him. Because he's got physical problems. Well, we do small jobs together, but my other guys do the big jobs. All right. So don't you think like food stamps would help out people that are on Social Security? You see what I'm talking about? But he told me he doesn't even get that.
That's part of this unpacking for you, because like you said before, you voted for Trump because of certain reasons. And I think we can agree now that there might have been some racism mixed in there a little bit, right? But in general, you voted for what Trump told you was going to be sort of, economic performance, making sure that the people who are, that I'm taking care of you, I'm looking out for you. Meanwhile, we know what's been happening. I'm going to show you a picture. I want you to look at this for a second, okay? Because this is real. So what I'm showing you, this is from the Big Beautiful Bill, which is Trump's tax policy, right? So what you're looking at here is the amount of taxes either paid or refunded based on your income bracket. In Trump's economic plan, Mike, do you make more than $360,000 a year?
No, sir. I make over 170. That's it.
That's good. Well, you're going to pay more in Trump's America.
Wow.
You don't get a tax break until you earn $360,000 or more a year. And this group over here is oh no. And this is the richest among us, Mike, right here. These are the richest people in America, the top 1%, and they get the biggest tax break. The rest of us, we all pay more.
They don't have to pay shit.
Correct. Not only do they not pay shit, Mike, they get money back.
Whoa, okay. Why was he bragging about, this lady was standing up on the very top of the thing, whatever, on the speech he had, what was that, Tuesday?
Yeah, the State of the Union? Mm-hmm.
Yes, and she got her and her husband got $5,000 back because of a kid. Now, I was like, oh wow, that's pretty goddamn cool, But what am I getting back?
You're getting nothing. It's because they're bragging about things that aren't true, Mike, and they're lying to you.
Okay,
and he was able to convince. And he was able to convince you. He was able to convince you of that. He was able to convince you that I'm going to tell Mike all these lies. And because Mike watches Fox News, and because Mike's got some things that he might need to unpack a little bit, Mike's going to believe me.
I did. You know what I believed in? You want to know what I believed in? Is are you there? Are you there?
I am. Yeah,
Steve,
I'm here.
are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
I'm here. Yep.
All right. All right. I believe, my wife is a project engineer. And I said, hey, look this up for me, man. And she got on the computer. I said, hey, we own a Ford F-150 made in America. Some of the parts probably are from Canada. And she goes, nope, we can't get no tax break. It's got to be a brand new car. I said, how the hell can I afford a brand new vehicle? I mean, Jesus Christ. They're like $65,000. You see what I'm talking about?
You're starting to get it, Mike. You're starting to get it.
Yeah,
so let's go back to the very top of our conversation. Okay, let's go back to the very top of our conversation about how some of the comments that you mentioned, some of the things that thank you for being here. I appreciate it. The chat loves this conversation. Okay. Where we are right now is, so we all, like I said, we all talk about biases. And because of where you've got some things that you've got to unpack, what Trump and his messaging machine has done has been able to take advantage of a lot of your biases. And a lot of the biases that you have are rooted in a lot of things that I don't think you would want your children to share those same views, in particular around race and in particular around women, right? And I know it's difficult to hear, but if we are going to evolve and we are going to grow as humans and as citizens, then we have to be able to unpack our shit. And I think the opportunity for you to going forward is to remind yourself of a few key things. You've got daughters. Yes, you're going to have grandchildren. And I don't want them to fall into the same trap that you are. Because I'm looking at my daughter right now, right? The reality the reality of life, Mike, right, is we've got to learn from our mistakes. We have to.
Yes.
And I think you that's right. And I think you made some mistakes. And I think we have to own them. I think a lot of the mistakes from talking to you is because you weren't willing to look for more information. You allowed yourself to believe what you were getting from what you could.
Steve, I didn't think I didn't mean to interrupt you, but Steve, I didn't think I needed to because I thought Fox News was giving me all the information that I needed. Okay,
that is exactly my point. Exactly my point.
ABC, NBC, CBS, Trump cut down. I was like, oh, they're just bull crapping me. You know what I mean? But I should have did.
Well, sure. Because who told you that those were fake news?
Trump. Donald Trump did. Not Fox. Donald Trump did. Okay. Fox just stayed being Fox.
Exactly. That's exactly you literally got me to the point quicker than I could have ever been able to do that. You literally took me right where I wanted this conversation to go. So what you considered, right? You were told you believed, you wanted to trust, right? You wanted to trust Fox, right? And they became a viable. Well, let me just finish this one point. They became this viable, trusted news source for you. And you got your information from them because you felt like you could trust them. Meanwhile, Donald Trump is telling you that everything else, PBS, ABC, CNN, MSNBC, whatever they might be, that they're all fake news. So, of course, you trust your president. You trust the news source that you have. So why would you not believe that all those other news agencies are fake? Right? Tracks, doesn't it?
You're right.
So the situation about the selective editing from Kamala Harris press conferences, for example, or some of the selected edits when they push information into Fox News, or not telling you the truth regarding the E. Jean Carroll situation, or all these other things, they took advantage of you.
Yeah, they did, because
they did
what they did when I was watching Fox and Kamala was on there. They only showed like a short, like, like, oh, this is her, the answer she gave, and then there was the guy who was running vice president. They only showed like spurts of what they said, and I believed everything. Okay?
Correct.
So
correct.
no,
Correct.
I am. I'm definitely going to be looking into this November voting here in Michigan, because I got to get this shit straight, because I can't live like this, or I got to move, one of the two,
Yeah,
Especially when
and
I
you got
live
to
on
figure out. And I get it, and then you
I'm
got to
sorry.
ask yourself when you. That's okay. And I do want to wrap in a few minutes, but I want to get just a couple more things I want to address with you.
Go ahead.
So what I want you to do, kind of going forward, is to figure out who it is that you're voting for.
Okay.
Right? It's because
What do
it
I
shouldn't
do?
be about
How
you.
do I do that?
All right.
What do I do? Look at my district, or what do I do?
No, I mean you yourself. When you go into the voting booth, who you're voting for? Your daughters, your granddaughters, your neighbors, because that's what's important. Because you and I are, we've got more. That's why the, we've got more road behind us than we do ahead of us. So we've got to be able to leave our grandchildren, our children and our grandchildren. We got to leave them something, right? So do you want to leave them with a person who is a fraud and a convicted felon and a guy who's been enriching himself to the tune of billions of dollars since he's been in the White House? Or do you want your children, your grandchildren to have a shot? Do you want them to have the ability to make a living wage? 25. Hold on. Hang on. To have, like a $20 minimum wage, or access to health care, or a better education system. Because if you can put those things in your head, then you're going to vote Democrat. Because you need to.
Well, you sound like my family, because all my dad's brothers are Democrats, and they look at me like, why do you vote for that Republican guy?
Yeah.
Yep. And so, but they're all union guys like me. So, and most union guys don't vote Republican.
Well, I was going to say, that's absolutely right. Most union people don't. So don't.
No, because
you don't have. So you don't. So Mike, let me leave you with this. Let me leave you with this thought. Right. You have an opportunity right here, because these are the conversations that I'm desperate to have. And you were very vulnerable and you were honest. There's a lot of shit you got to unpack, though. There's still a lot of stuff in there that you've got to unpack. Okay. But you could be an example for others.
Can we talk over the week? We can talk together. You're not on Saturday. I'm home with my wife on Saturday and Sunday, but
message me, man. I'll give you my phone number. Message me. I'll give you my phone number.
All right. I don't know how to do that.
Just so basically you go to my profile, right? You'll find me. Go to my profile.
Yeah.
You can send me a DM, or even better, I'll reach out to you. I'll just follow you, and I'll reach out to you. And I'll give you my phone number, and you and I can talk, because these are the conversations that have to happen. Because you
can talk so my wife can hear you. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
Because we're both disgusted. We're both like, I showed her you.
Good call. Tell you what. We do this thing on Friday nights. We call it Facts After Dark. And one of my mods just said, opportunity. I'm going to be on again live tonight at 7:00 Eastern time. Do you want to come back?
Yeah, 7:00.
Yep.
Is that what you're telling me?
Eastern time. I'll be live tonight at 7:00 Eastern time. You want to come back?
Yeah. I live in Michigan, so yeah, it's a good time. Okay. I just come back to TikTok and find you.
I'll be live right here, 7:00 tonight Eastern time. So at any point after that, we can continue this conversation. What I want you to do between now and then, right? Just kind of think about what we talked about today, right? Try to think about it. Sure, and there's still going to be you're still going to make some mistakes. You're still going to say some things that are probably going to be a little bit strange, and I'm probably going to call you on it a little bit, right? Because that's how we grow. And I will treat you with respect, because you show me respect. And I want to continue this conversation. Okay. So thank you for being here today. I appreciate it. Please come back tonight. If you can't come back tonight, I'm here every Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. till noon Eastern time. You are welcome to come back. Okay.
Yes, sir. I will try to come back at 7:00. That'd be it. Man, my wife works out. She should be. It doesn't matter. I'll talk to you while she's working out. So
I appreciate you.
I'm
We'll
married
talk
to an
tonight.
Italian, so you know.
Well, I'm half Italian, so I can relate already. So I got you.
Oh, really?
I get it.
Okay. Well, then you'll get along with her then. She's stubborn. So.
Mike, that's great. I'm all for stubborn women. The more stubborn women we have, the better off we'll all be. To be perfectly honest with you.
Steve.
But I appreciate your open mind, Mike, and we got a lot of work to do here, but we can get you there. You're gonna be a true blue Democrat by the time I'm done with you. I'm kidding, but I just want you to vote. I
know you're kidding, but yeah.
I want you to vote for. I want you to vote. I want you to vote for things that matter. Okay.
Okay. Yep. You know what? Steve, you really opened my eyes up about my children, my grandkids, and you know, I'm not going to be here on Earth that much longer. You know, I'm
hopefully a lot longer than you think. You're a young man.
Well, I'm hoping, brother. But you know, I got shit going on. But you know, whatever. But we'll talk about that down the road. But you know, Steve, you really became a good friend of me now. I swear to that, you know. In the beginning, I was kind of being a dick, you know. I was saying, hey, President Trump, president forever, ever, and all that kind of crazy shit. But you called me out on it. I thank you for that. I really do.
I got you.
Thank you, Steve.
Come back tonight. Come back tonight, okay?
All right, brother. All right.
Thank you.
I promise
I'll talk to you later.
Try. All right.
I appreciate you. If not tonight, just come back next week. Or like I said, message me and you can have my number and we can talk. Okay?
All right. Send me your phone number. Okay?
I will. Thanks, Mike, for being here.
Thank you.
I'll talk to you later. All right, bye.
All right.
Phew. Man. I see lots of folks in the chat. I probably can't bring everybody up right now, but I just wanted to kind of just land there. That's do something. Like you said, you never know in those conversations. It took a lot of pushing. Thank you, Gregory. Took a lot of pushing, took a lot of prying, but it also takes commitment from the other side as well. So Mike had to be willing to have that conversation with me, right? And if you are willing to have those conversations with people, as long as you can be respectful, the conversation can happen like that, right? It's that simple, right? It's really that simple. We shouldn't overcomplicate it, right? But yeah, I'll bring a few folks up. I see some people in the chat. I know Olive had requested earlier. Hi, Amber. How are you? Amber?
I'm so sorry. Somehow I ended up here. That was an accident.
No problem. No problem.
Just listening to you while I work.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Hi, Olive.
Hi, friend.
How are you?
That conversation went really well. It's actually funny because I wanted to know exactly what Mike meant about Michigan, but there was already a lot of stuff going on at that time.
It doesn't matter.
That conversation you had, being in an interracial relationship, that conversation like took me back. Because Mike reminds me of my father, who has said similar to worse things to what my own father has told me. So hearing that out in the public, because I've been pretty good about keeping my, relationship with my parents to a bare minimum, which has been extremely difficult. I think people need to understand that the idea that Mike has said and what he said about his daughter being a bigger woman, that is something that my father has told me as well. And that is a conversation that I think a lot of people either they don't hear it enough or they don't want to hear it because they don't want to believe that happens. Sure. I think you did really well. You were nicer than I would have been. So I always give you I will throw all the daisies at your doorstep when I can figure out how to get all the way up to Vermont.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Olive.
But no.
Yeah, I mean, again.
Yeah.
Yeah. It just takes willingness, right?
It sure does.
It takes willingness. Right place, right time, and a willingness, and that's kind of the point. But thank you for your kind words. For jumping in.
I love you, friend. I love you so much.
I love you too. I love you too. Talk to you later. All right, bye. I want to, a lot of people, your kindness, guys. I want to thank Kelly. Kelly said, for your efforts with Mike's deconstruction and the tour. Thank you, Kelly. I appreciate you. I think I've got a few more here. Paula, thank you very much for your kindness. Great conversation with Mike. Well done. Exactly why we need you out there. Thank you for saying that. I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. Joseph, thank you, Joseph, for working OT today. Appreciate you, bro. Thank you very much. Also to Jess and to Elizabeth. Jess said, I grew up in an environment where male role models often felt unsafe and unpredictable. Thank you for being such an amazing role model and human being. Love you, Steve. Thank you for saying that, Jess. That means a lot. I appreciate that. Elizabeth said, thank you for having this conversation. My dad is a MAGA girl dad in the exact same situation. I've never been able to get to this point with him. This conversation had me in tears, feeling a lot of hope for the Do Something tour. Thank you, Steve. Thank you for saying that, Elizabeth. I appreciate you. I think I got that one. Yes, I got that one. Let me do a couple more here. Hang on a second, guys. Somebody in our mod chat said, no tax on overtime. Yeah, it's all good. Those conversations are worth it. I'd do that all fucking day if I could. Let me just make sure I check over here. Okay, I think I got everything covered. Yes. Okay, a couple more folks I think have requested. Let's see if I can bring up some more folks. I'm not going to get to everybody today. I'll do my best. I got a few more minutes in me. So great. Thank you for the flowers. I took my flowers. Thank you for that. I appreciate you. Let's see. I get Robert. I didn't see that person. There's Annette. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate y'all. Thank you. Hi, Annette. How are you?
Hey, Steve. I'm good. Thank you so much. That conversation was amazing. One thing I wanted to say, and I think of this point almost every day when I listen to debates on TikTok, is that I listened to a podcast a couple years ago where they mentioned a term, and it's built into our society. It's called himpathy, and it's empathy for him. And everyone gives the benefit of the doubt to the accused instead of to the victim in like every situation. In every debate I hear, it's like, well, but what about this for Donald Trump? What about this? Like so much benefit of the doubt, but where is the benefit of the doubt for the victim? And it's built into our society in even more ways than, sexual assault or anything like that. But I think that the way that you explained everything was really beautiful, and I just wanted to mention that empathy.
Thank you for saying that, Annette. I agree. We have this default mechanism, and you're absolutely right for calling that out. Thank you, Annette, for being here. I appreciate you.
All right, bye.
You got it. Have a good day. Great perspective. Totally love that. Hold on a second. Hi, Cookie.
Hey, I think, first and foremost, happy Friday.
You too.
The way you handled that was absolutely amazing. And I just want to say that if Mike was really being sincere, which I believe that he was, some people thought maybe he was trolling, but
I don't think so.
I don't think so. I think that he was sincere. But last night I had this conversation and I was on this live, and I'm telling you, the amount of blatant racism was disgusting. The amount of disrespect that I personally experienced while I was on a panel was absolutely disgusting. And I think the major difference between them and what Mike displayed today was that he was willing to learn.
Mm-hmm.
He was willing to concede. He was willing to admit where he went wrong. I think that he was able to decrease himself and his ego. And I really hope that for others that are similar to him in this that heard that your conversation today was able to identify some of the same biases, some of the same, inherent racisms that is innate, and are able to autocorrect. You know what I mean? And have
I
those
do.
conversations with themselves first. And see.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, you nailed it. I'm sorry. Didn't mean to interrupt.
Go ahead.
No, you're right. There's got to be a willingness, right? That there has to be that, and that goes for both sides, right? I mean, I'm not yet evolved enough to be able to reach across the table to, hardcore racist, bigoted people. If I don't think they deserve our space. But if there's people that are willing to have a conversation, like Mike, that's willing to sit down and have this conversation, then shame on us if we're not willing to have it back, right? That's kind of how I see it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And so I'm just going to, I know you have other things that you have to get into. I'm just going to leave it there. But I just hope, I appreciate you. We need more like you, Steve. We really do.
I appreciate you saying that, friend. Thanks for being here. You have a
God
good day.
bless
Be
you.
safe out there, okay?
You too.
All right. Bye. I've got to do the puzzle piece here. What's going on with this? There it is. Oop, there. Got it. Okay. Let me make some quick thank yous again. Hold on a second, guys. Nahal, thank you so very, very much. Stephen, thank you so much. Rainey, thank you very much. Rhonda, thank you so much, friend. Terry, thank you, friend. Char, you're as always. And Judith, thank you very, very much. Appreciate you guys. I want to clear the box, so I'll talk to everybody who's requested.
Hey, Steve.
Hi, Amy.
Hey, I listen to you every day, even when I'm at work with my headphones on.
You.
I just want to say I love listening to your viewpoints on everything. And you just changed that guy, I think. I think it was amazing. And I thank you for being you. You're a great human and a kind man, and we need more men like you. You and I are the same age, and I wish there were more men our age like you.
I appreciate you saying that, Amy. Thank you very, very much. Thanks for being here, and thank you for your support. Have a great
You're
day.
welcome.
Be safe out there.
You
Okay?
too.
You got
Bye.
it. Take care. All right, bye. I appreciate the kind words, friends, but it's just right place, right time. Right place, right time. I see if I was to get you in a second. Angel, how are you today?
I'm good. I didn't mean to join.
Oh, okay. No
So
problem.
sorry.
That's all right. Thanks for being here. I appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Have a good
Bye.
day. Be safe out there. Somebody just asked, I'm 58. I'll be 59 in September. Hey, man.
Hey, so I understand that me and you are going to have to meet halfway across New Hampshire, beat each other with sticks for the right to the hand of Sinjay.
Except there's no water.
Yeah, I know. We'll find some water someplace.
What's on your mind?
Not much. I just came up to make a little joke, make a little laughter. That was an excellent conversation. I would have liked to have talked to him, not that you were doing a great job, but I was Republican, diehard Republican. I was in a live one day and someone asked me, what made you change? I realized I cared about other people more than I do just about myself. And one party represents that. So that was it. That's, nothing. Great conversation. We've had some.
Thank you, bro.
Yeah, it's always good talking to you. So. All right, I'll talk
I appreciate you, brother.
Yeah, you too.
Be safe. Take care. Again, it's just we just have to find those moments, right? And I'll wrap in a minute here. L Rock, how are you today?
I'm good, Steve. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. What's on your mind?
Good. Hey, just a couple things. I'm a black man. I'm 58, just like you. My birthday's in November, so we're like on the same thing.
Nice,
I was
man.
listening to, I was listening to you talk to that guy. I'm sitting in my classroom because I'm actually a teacher. I'm at lunch.
Thank you.
And
thank you for what you do. Hearts in the chat for our friend here. All teachers need to be propped up, so please. Thank you for L Rock. I didn't mean to interrupt. I just wanted to make sure you got your flowers. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. No problem. And I'm going to tell you, I was brought to tears just listening to, because sometimes when you can see a metamorphosis happening. And so I was listening to how in it depthly you got into his brain to make him think instead of him just staying on the surface of what he was believing, that he had to go deeper because you made him go deeper. So I just want to thank you for what you were doing and how you handled that.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you saying that. And thank you for the work that you do. I have so much respect for teachers. So thank you for saying your kind words. But please, like I said, take your flowers for what you do, sir. Thank you very much for being here. I appreciate you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Have a good day. Be safe out there.
You too.
All right, bye. Love that shit. Man, oh man. Love that. Facts afternoon. Exactly. Sugar, are you there? That might have been a mistake. I can't hear. All right, and I'll do JD, and I think that will be it for the day. I'm good. Hey there, how are you?
Doing pretty good. I just want to remind people there is an app they can download to track what's going on in their area for voting. It's called ActiVote, ActiVote. ActiVote.
ActiVote. Okay.
It has who is running for office, what is on the bill or on the ballot as far as bills that are being proposed. And every day there are 4 questions to check you about your civic knowledge.
I love that.
It's a lot of fun. It's daily got something going on it for you to check. It will bring up things that are federal going on, let you read. Like if you want to read up on say the big beautiful bill or something like that, you can even go through this app to find bills.
Well, thank you for that. I appreciate that. Thanks for jumping in, JD.
Sure.
You got it. Have a good day. Be safe out there. You too. I think we'll wrap there today, friends. I think it's a good spot to stop. We're going to raid Ash. She was up here earlier. I think she changed her handle. I'm not even sure what it is now. It used to be Ash Collecting Tears, but I think it's Ash. I think you guys know who Ash is. Please head on over there. I just want to thank everybody for being part of that conversation, right? You never know what to expect, but that's kind of what Do Something is. So I had that in-person, real-time conversation yesterday, and then that conversation with Mike today. That's the whole point of our tour. That's exactly what we're trying to do. Those are the conversations that we want to have. It can never be as awesome as that one, but there's other things that we can unpack as well. Sure, it's non-voters. We even had a little conversation with a non-voter until they had to leave. But one more time. Okay, Cal, I will. I was told to check my contributions and donations one more time. I'll do that. Let me do that right now. Hang on a second. Incredible work with Mike today. Thank you for the work you do. Thank you for saying that. I appreciate that. And then last check over here. That took a lot out of me. It was great though. And then I think Monica, thank you so very, very much. It's very kind of you. Stacy, appreciate you very much. Aurora, thank you so much. You're very kind. We don't deserve you. Yeah, we deserve each other. You guys are kind. I appreciate you guys. So anyway, I'll wrap up. We'll come back tonight for Facts After Dark at 7 o'clock. I have no idea what we'll do, but we'll just do something. Just because if Mike wants to continue that conversation, I'll have the conversation all day, every day, because that's the point. That's the beauty of this space that we've created here. That's the beauty of it. Because you never know what those conversations are going to happen, how they're going to happen. I'm just glad I was here for it. So thank you for participating in it, friends. Thank you, mods, for sticking with me a little bit longer today. And thank all of you for hanging in there with us a little bit longer today. Come back tonight at 7 o'clock for Facts After Dark. Please go rate Ash. Tell her we said hello. I love you guys. Smartest chat on TikTok. You guys are all humans. Thank you for being here.